Sagar, if you could perhaps just try your microphone. I cannot hear you, unfortunately. Nothing as of yet. Could you speak, Sagar?
Yeah, hello, Gabor. Could you hear me now?
Yes, excellent. It works perfectly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gabor is here.
Yes.
And Abdul Karim as well.
Abdul Karim will join in after. Yes.
Good
So
morning,
everything
everyone.
is set. Good morning. Everything is
How are
set,
you?
and I'm good. Alhamdulillah. Allez-vous, monsieur?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are going to start in a couple of minutes. We are just waiting a bit for those who are joining online. So I can see still the numbers are going up. Perhaps we wait a couple of minutes and then we get going.
Well, good morning to you all, and welcome to this last day of the first Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium. This last day is dedicated in its first part to a workshop on digital transition of food safety practices. And I am very pleased and privileged to welcome my colleague Gabor Molnar, who is the associate, acting as associate industrial development expert within the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I believe it's the Sustainable Food Systems Division. Exactly. Thank you very much. Gabor actually worked with a number of experts to organize this session and will be moderating and managing this session. So the floor is yours, Gabor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to also introduce our today's speakers. After my keynote presentation, we will have Miss Marlene Hopper, the Deputy Head of the Standard and Trade Development Facility. We will have Bobby Krishnatallusi, who is a Senior Specialist at the Food Safety Department within the Dubai Municipality. We will have Cord Gronman, who is a Market Development Director at FSSC 22000. And last but not least, Mr. Sagar Khan, who is the Head of Quality Assurance Compliance Center at the Metro Group. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining today. And if I may ask to share my slides. Thank you very much. Today I would like to speak about the changing phenomenon of food safety practices in the digital age. I think it's important to see what are the current megatrends and actors involved when it comes to digitalization, digital transformation in food safety practices, the changing food safety practices in the digital age when it comes to the different type of actors, and how to make digital solution in food safety work for us, work for everyone. So we can see certain megatrends in digital transition when it comes to food safety practices. First of all, everyone is going towards optimization. The industry as well as regulators try to see how to improve their capacities and practices. And in order to do so, they are also applying more and more digital solutions, digital technologies. Digital technologies also include e-commerce or blockchain or all AI-related practices, which are indeed very interesting to see and also investigate how it functions. And finally, we are trying to be smarter. We are trying to introduce remote services as the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all of us. It doesn't matter if you're a regulator, if you're a food business, if you're a food safety service provider, if you're in education, you have to deal with this new reality. But when we are optimizing, at what cost we are optimizing? Until when we can optimize practices? This is a big question. I think all of us have Zoom meetings during the week. We are working more as we tend to work in the past. So it's important to see that there is a certain human cost when it comes to actually digitalization. Also, when we are talking about digital solutions, what are the standards? What are the regulations for these new solutions? Are they well defined in a system? And when we are talking about smart systems and remote practices, we have to talk about data ownership. Who is owning the data at the end of the day? The technology service provider, the food business, the regulator. This is something which has to be defined from the beginning. Sorry, my controller doesn't work. So there are a number of actors involved in the digitalization of food safety practices. Of course, food business operators who are trying to see how to manage the supply chain, how to make better decisions based on the data. There are the food regulators in order to improve testing as well as control functions, but also in order to oversee the overall industry. Food safety service providers, consumers, as well as a new sort of actor, technology service providers. And what is our relationship with these technology service providers? We are going to hear a lot of interesting presentations today from different perspectives, from regulatory perspective, from capacity building perspective, from the industry perspective, as well as the food safety service provider perspective. So it's going to be very interesting to know in which direction we are going in the future. We also see that there is a new era for the Codex Alimentarius. There was a recent publication, A Year of Virtual Reality. The Codex Alimentarius Commission took place in a blended fashion, which of course allowed regulators from all over the world to join, but it has also some repercussions. People have to wake up early in the morning in some countries because they are in a different time zones. We also see new types of Codex guidances coming out related to data. The first performance monitoring frameworks, which is more about how to set policy priorities, how to identify needs. Then recently, just during the last Codex meeting, 2 guidances were adopted, one on voluntary third-party assurance programs and how the data generated by voluntary assurance programs can be actually used in order to improve regulatory decision-making, particularly in the field of inspection. And there is another data-related guidance which came out, which is on paperless use of electronic certificate. And in the afternoon, we are going to learn more about how countries actually implemented already this guidance and what are the potentials behind this. This last Codex guidance is more about data interoperability, meaning how different countries can actually interact with each other when it comes to food trade and sharing food safety certificates. So we also see that there is an evolution of food regulatory practices. In the past, we have traditional proactive systems which are still in place in some countries, which became more preventive, modern systems, scientific evidence-based, using the risk analysis principles. And now we are moving towards a new reality when we are trying to optimize our current system, not only in terms of capacity, but also performance. However, to introduce these new practices, it's important to discuss about the different lessons learned in order to support countries to catch up. Because the development gap among food control systems in developing and developed countries are increasing. And this is due to the fact that there are some countries, as you mentioned, started to use digital solutions. They started to enhance their own regulatory decision-making, whereas we have countries which don't have even competent authorities set up. It's not defined the roles and responsibilities among different agencies, which will also make the situation very difficult for food safety regulatory oversight. When it comes to food safety service providers, we see that the COVID-19 created a new reality. Remote auditing became a practice, which most of the certification providers had to test and deploy. And we will hear more about this from Mr. Cor Grunwald, who is the Market Development Director at FSSC 22000. And at the same time, we also see that regulators are very much interested to make use of the data which is generated by certification services. And this is the aforementioned voluntary third-party assurance codex guidance, which was adopted a few weeks ago. In case of enterprises, there are also different type of factors which are playing an important role in order to adjust their operation, to adopt digital solutions. We definitely see that there are differences between small and medium enterprises and large enterprises. For a large enterprise, for instance, can afford to have the liquidity to develop its own solution, whereas a small and medium enterprises might go for a turn-on-key solution, which are being developed by a technology service provider. It's also important what type of sector we are talking about, primary or manufacturing. There can be differences in terms of adaptability. Primary production tend to be less developed when it comes to application of digital solutions within the operation. It's also for SMEs or enterprises, we have to think about the leadership. Is it part of the vision in order to improve the operation, in order to enhance food safety compliance, and if yes, how? And of course, data literacy. Being digital, it doesn't mean that you have one data guy who is going to handle the whole operation. Actually, the management has to know and able to read data. And of course, location has a huge impact. Internet access is not given everywhere. 5G will change our life, definitely, but this is still down the road. There's a human resource aspect when it comes to educational systems and the availability of data scientists within a country. And of course, language barriers. Data science as such is very much an Anglophone field. There is a lot of materials being available for English speakers, but when it comes to other countries where English is not predominant, it might become an issue in order to adjust their operation and basically use the latest technology and best practices. There are also digital efforts in food safety capacity building, and I attempt to showcase you a couple of solutions, what we did at UNIDO. So one of the big issues was when it came to COVID-19, that of course, so to say, the life stopped for a moment. We were not allowed to travel. Our international national experts were often not allowed to travel. There were travel restrictions, and we had to see how we are connecting the national and international experts to those enterprises or laboratories which we are supporting. So for this reason, at UNIDO, we have identified, first of all, a communication platform, a secure communication platform, which is an internal system, not something which is running in an insecure public system. And also started to see what are the technologies, headsets, phones, which can be used in order to train people. Headsets became extremely important when it came to the analytical testing trainings, because people need both of their hands. And the headset, although in the beginning it's something uncomfortable, people have to get adjust to it, but still gives them the freedom to actually use their hands. We also developed different e-learning solutions. I wanted to bring you two examples. One of them in Pakistan, which we have developed for a project called the Project for Agri-Food and Agro-Industry Development, or PAFID, which is funded by the government of Japan, where we aim to train regulators as well as enforcement agents on the different type of good animal husbandry practice, good hygiene practice, good agriculture practice, and become a master trainers and apply throughout their province. The possibility with an e-learning platform like this, that we might have a geographical limitation, but still within the country, people can freely use it due to the laws. Another example, what I wanted to bring to you, is a new food safety auditing exercise, which we rolled out, where we basically, you can go our website for irinfoodsystems.org, and you can basically, so to say, play with these exercises, where food auditors, especially those who are new in the field, might not have the required competencies, and particularly when it comes to experience. So over here, they can go to a factory, they can look around, and they have to identify the different type of non-compliances within the factory. We have so far about 12 locations, not only food business operators, but food markets all over the world. So this is not just a country. You can go to Egypt, China, Mongolia, and basically visit a factory and try to see, rectify those non-compliances. And finally, coaching, online coaching, which is a new way of work. We also see, of course, setbacks in this regard, especially when you are trying to have a longer session for a longer period. People have the ability to focus for 2-3 hours. Some people even prefer to have face-to-face sessions until today. But this became an opportunity at the same time to link regulators all over the world in order to learn from best practices, which was not possible before. Only if you had a twinning program, you visited the country, you spend there a couple of days. So this also provides new possibilities, and this is, I think Marlon will talk about it more. This is part of a pilot initiative funded by the Standards and Trade Development Facility, which is on voluntary third-party assurance programs in West Africa and Central America. But overall, we always have to go back and think about that we are talking about people. We tend to focus on the technology, but in order to adopt the technology, that's a change management. We have to change practices of people. They might need to learn a new capacity. So at the core for us are always the people, and environment and sustainability, economy and technology, and otherwise we are not going to be able to change the practices. People are focusing, as I said, on technologies, not on national capacities. In order to adopt the technology, we have to build national capacities. So there are key elements to make the new industrial revolution or the fourth industrial revolution work for all. We need regulatory frameworks, norms, and standards, which as part of these policies, for instance, in order to ensure data quality, we have to think about competency frameworks for inspectors and auditors. We have to consider compliance and enforcement policy to harmonize the data. And then we can start to apply in order to improve our decision-making mechanisms at the regulatory level. We need to think about the governance structures, technologies, innovation policies, how we are addressing education for people, partnership, investment and infrastructure. So what partnerships, public-private partnerships, for instance, we can accommodate, innovation ecosystems, business environment and entrepreneurship. So it also includes the small and medium enterprises. Then it will come later to digitalization. And of course, the skills and capacity building, which has to be at national level through proper educational system, but as well as internal for organizations. So as a conclusion, in order to have this opportunity being used and work for us, we have to think together, we have to think in partnerships, we have to think about developing standards and regulations in order to see how to act with certain actors. In this regard, the competent authorities have a very interesting role because they not only need to think about the new solutions which are coming out by, which are being introduced by technology service providers and food business operators, but they also have to adjust, adapt, and improve their operation and think how they can make meaningful decisions using data. And this is also very important. Technology shouldn't make the decision for us. Technology should support our decision-making mechanism. And this is the most important part when we focus on people. Technology should work for us at the end of the day. And yes, internal as well as capacity building overall remains one of the main concept and one of the main area which should be part of any initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention, and with this I would like to invite Marlene to share her presentation. Marlene?
Thank you so much, Gabor. I will try to do the share screen now. I think I need to wait for your presentation to disappear there. Let me try again. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Do you see this on the big screen, or do I need to slideshow?
Slideshow, yes.
Okay. Is that better?
Still didn't put on slideshow. Just a second, it's loading.
Is that working, Gabor?
Not yet. Could you again put on the from beginning? If you could click on from beginning again, the slideshow.
Okay. I've just done that. Do you see it now?
Unfortunately, it doesn't come through.
Okay.
It's just not on on full screen, on share slides actually, on slideshow, basically, Marlene.
Let me see, I have it from current slide.
So if you go down on the right-hand side.
Yes, perhaps could you just restart the screen sharing? So stop sharing and then restart it, then it might work.
Okay. Let's see. It says I am screen sharing, so I'll stop screen sharing, and
just to restart in the same way.
Sorry about this. I'm screen sharing now, so let's see. Is this working?
Yeah, it is working.
Yes,
yeah, now it's perfect.
It just if you could click on display settings.
Display, I don't know.
It was fine. If you could from beginning, yes.
Okay, I'm trying to see also so do you see it now?
Yes. We are seeing your slides then.
Okay. Well, let me see, slideshow. You see my slides now?
Yes, but it stops.
So you're seeing all my slides, is that it?
It should be fine like this.
Maybe
Just,
I can work
please
with
go ahead,
this.
Yes, just go ahead, please, Marlene.
Is this fine? Okay.
Yes, just if you could hide your notes. Yes, because we see your notes.
All right. I'm trying to, okay, so all right. I wanted to see the screen and the room as well. So sorry about that, everyone. And good. Now I see, right. Okay. Okay, this better. I can also okay, I'm going to work like this. Does this work, Gabor? Is that better?
Yes, it's better if you could just on the left top, you can see show taskbar display settings.
Gabor, I think if it's fine with you, I'll get started like this because it's I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Sorry about that. And I don't want to waste everyone's time. So good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's nice to see you joining in a room in Dubai. And I wish, of course, that I was there with you and could speak to everyone in the coffee break that's just taken place or is coming up. But unfortunately, that's not so. So I'm happy to be here nevertheless and to join you remotely in this hybrid session. And thank you, UNIDO, and thank you to the Dubai municipality and everyone else involved in the conference. And good morning to others who, like me, are joining from home. So I'm going to talk about the Standards and Trade Development Facility and work that the STDF is supporting that's relevant to the evolution of food regulatory practices in this era of digitalization, and hopefully give you some suggestions on how this might be relevant for you, and also point you to some sources of support or information that can support your work. The STDF is a global partnership to facilitate safe trade. The STDF promotes improved food safety, as well as animal and plant health capacity in developing countries to facilitate trade, and really to help imports and exports to meet the sanitary and phytosanitary requirements for trade based on international standards, including Codex standards that Gabor was referring to, and the standards that are recognized in the WTO's sanitary and phytosanitary agreement. And the STDF is this global partnership that was established by the organizations you see along the bottom of the screen. So FAO, the World Bank, World Trade Organization, OIE, and World Health Organization, and also working with diverse other organizations globally. The STDF is a global coordination platform and knowledge hub and network for SPS capacity building that connects these different organizations worldwide to address persisting and emerging SPS challenges and to drive forward innovative and collaborative solutions. And if you go to the STDF website, you will find a lot of tools, good practices, and resources on these kinds of tools and solutions. The STDF also provides funding for innovative cross-cutting projects and for project development. And to date, the STDF has supported over 200 projects and project preparation grants globally. And again, more information on existing projects, as well as funding opportunities that are provided through the STDF, are available on the website. STDF projects are helping public and private sector stakeholders in developing countries to strengthen their sanitary and phytosanitary capacity to facilitate safe trade. And these projects often work as catalysts that bring on board diverse other partners and funding to support long-term impacts. Gabor already spoke about the trends that are shaping the world that we live in today and the trends that are shaping food safety regulatory practices. And in 2019, when the STDF's new strategy was developed, a number of key trends for sanitary and phytosanitary capacity and trade were also identified. And of course, digitalization and access to technologies was one of those key trends. And since 2019, we've all seen how the disruptions caused by the pandemic have accelerated this digital transformation. Countries we also see are increasingly using digital technologies within their sanitary and phytosanitary systems, and that includes food safety systems and trade systems. And the STDF has supported projects for the exchange of electronic phytosanitary certificates, and also a project to look at the use of electronic veterinary certificates. And I know the ePhyto and the electronic certificates will be addressed in the session coming up just after this one. The ePhyto project, you may have heard of, it's been the focus of global attention in recent years, into this experience to better understand how to harness new technologies to move towards electronic certificates for trade facilitation, including codex. I know that a recent OECD study has also highlighted how these digital technologies have positive effects on trade volumes, but the study also highlighted the challenges remaining in expanding the use of these digital technologies in the agri-food trade, including different capacities. And so we know that using digital technologies requires careful planning and long-term investments, as well as sharing experiences and building trust in the use of the tools, as well as capacity building to support developing countries and small and medium-sized enterprises and others who may not have the resources or capabilities to make use of these tools. The STDF also carries out knowledge work on cross-cutting thematic topics of relevance to SPS capacity. And some of these topics are addressing the issues on the topic and on the agenda for this conference, including digitalization. And I think digitalization and the use of new technologies is something that really cuts across all of these knowledge work topics, including public-private partnerships, including ways to reduce SPS trade costs while ensuring health protection. I already spoke a little bit about electronic certification. Good regulatory practice is another area where digitalization and new technologies also matter, as well as prioritizing SPS investments using a new evidence-based framework for prioritization. And it's this topic that I would like to talk more about today, the prioritizing SPS investments using an evidence-based framework. But before then, I just want to quickly mention, Gabor already mentioned and alluded to the work that the STDF is supporting around public-private partnerships. and the use of voluntary third-party assurance programs linked to the new Codex guidance on the use of voluntary third-party assurance programs to promote public-private collaboration and to strengthen food safety outcomes. And I think for us, we've seen how the pandemic has highlighted how this data-driven regulatory decision-making, including data from voluntary third-party assurance programs, can support national food control systems to promote this more agile, more targeted, more risk-based approach. But of course, then there are issues related to data ownership, to trust, and to the use of data. And if you're interested in the pilot projects that Gabor referred to, you'll find more information about the pilots in West Africa and in Central America on the STDF website. And as Gabor mentioned, these pilots are connecting regulators across countries, across regions, including through this online coaching, to learn and to share and to benefit from each other's experience and knowledge to really take forward the new Codex guidance on voluntary third-party assurance programs that was just approved last week. Today, the example I want to share with you now is really about a decision support framework or tool that's called PIMA, Prioritizing SPS Investments for Market Access, that the STDF has promoted and has been using in collaboration with diverse other organizations for the last few years. And the context of this PIMA evidence-based approach to support food safety decision-making and also decision-making more broadly across SPS investments is really that there are a number of different investment needs that exist in the public sector, in the private sector, across different government agencies, across different private sector players. But there are also great resource constraints, and the resources to address all of those investment needs and capacity building gaps are simply not available, either within governments or within donors, or even within both combined. Also, at times, the decision-making processes for deciding on which investment needs to address are also sometimes not as transparent or not as systematic as they might be. And some stakeholders sometimes feel they're ad hoc or they're not really clear how investment and resourcing decisions are made, or that resources are sometimes not targeted to where they're likely to have the greatest impact. And so these kinds of perceptions and these issues are what framed the development of the STDF's PIMA approach to prioritize SPS investments for market access. Where PIMA has been used within projects, but also by other organizations that are looking for a tool to support a more evidence-based approach in their decision-making processes. We have seen, and they have seen, those government organizations and those private sector partners, that the use of PIMA facilitates public-private dialogue around investment priorities and around the resources that are needed to address those priorities. They have also seen that using PIMA's evidence-based approach supports project design and fundraising by by showing the expected impacts of investing in particular resource areas and investment needs. It has also helped to increase high-level awareness about the value of investing in food safety issues or food safety capacity gaps, as well as other SPS capacity gaps, by putting numbers to the kinds of SPS and food safety problems that exist. And it also has promoted greater resource efficiency by attaching SPS and food safety investment options and priorities to national policy objectives, like impacts on gender, impacts on vulnerable groups, as well as trade growth, as well as agricultural productivity, and so on. So how does PIMA work? Well, PIMA works through the use of a number of principles, and it really promotes flexibility because it enables food safety or SPS investments to be prioritized and ranked using decision criteria that are measured differently. Some of those decision criteria may be measured with a monetary value, like the costs of addressing that priority, the investment costs or the ongoing costs for maintenance or operation. Others may be measured through scaling or through yes, no, where monetary or hard data on costs is not available. This PIMA framework is also pragmatic. It uses the best available data and information that is available today, recognizing that there are data gaps and more needs to be done to address those data gaps. And as new and improved data is available, that is brought on board and incorporated into the decision support tool. I already spoke about participation and involving the engagement and inputs from diverse stakeholders, including public and private sector, as well as transparency. So the data and information that is used is documented, and it's open to scrutiny, and it's open to questions by all the stakeholders involved. And linkages and collaboration is also at the heart of this, and building on and complementing and reusing data and information and findings that have already been generated, for instance, as part of food safety evaluations or other assessments. The PIMA decision support tool offers a way to consider simultaneously a range of factors which are multidimensional, including market level impacts, public health impacts, impacts on the environment, impacts on poverty, and so on. And it puts data and information related to these different decision criteria, which are all weighted. So decision weights also go into the tool, and data on the investment options. And this is an example to show you the types of charts and graphs that can be generated through the use of this decision support tool, and then shows you rankings and shows how the rankings for these different investment options, from aflatoxin testing for groundnuts to aflatoxin controls for maize or residue monitoring for honey. It shows you how these rankings are generated based on the decision criteria and the weights that are attached to them. And then it makes use of a computer software that's called DCite to compare the different investment options in a pairwise fashion, and it calculates positive and negative flows, and it ranks options based on net flows. This software, I think there's a lot more information on how it works. It obviously needs a bit of training, but it's relatively simple, and it works as part of an online platform where different stakeholders can connect and use the software together across different parts of government, and also involving private sector players. But I think what's important to know is that this software and this type of multi-criteria decision analysis approach has been used by different stakeholders, also in different industries, often where a lot of financing is at stake, and a lot of big decisions are going to be made related to natural resource management, energy, water management, and so on. But also in Canada, in the public health area, the Canadian authorities used a multi-criteria decision analysis framework to rank foodborne risks and investments to address those risks. And that was really at the start of where the STDF's use of PIMA came from. Through the PIMA work, and we've seen PIMA used in COMESA, for instance, in East Africa, in a number of countries. We've seen PIMA used in Central America. PIMA is now being used in Latin America too. And the public and private stakeholders and the STDF and other development partners who've been involved have seen how it really offers a more structured, a more evidence-based approach to inform and to support decision making. It also enables us to balance rigor with the problem of scarce or weak data, which often exists in many countries, and also a lack of hard data or a lack of numbers at many times related to some of the food safety investment options that exist. But we've also seen how it requires, and Gabor, you spoke about this, a change in behavior, and how it really then requires individuals to get involved as champions and to really promote and advocate for and support the use of PIMA and to facilitate this adaptation, and also to try to convince and explain to higher level decision makers how this work can really be used and how the PIMA framework can really benefit different agencies as well as the government as a whole by promoting more resource efficiency and better decisions on where to allocate resources, and really allocating resources to investments that are likely to have the greatest impacts. We've also seen how it promotes a more collaborative approach to decision making, more transparency, how it increases access to data and information, and how it promotes collaboration on this digital platform among food safety agencies that can come from different parts of government or can be involved in different government bodies across the agriculture sector and also in the health sector, and also linking up with different parts of government who have a role in making investment decisions in ministries of finance or departments of planning and so on. And it's really helped to increase this high level awareness, and organizations, for instance, in ILRI, the Institute for Livestock Research, that has used this approach in the Horn of Africa as part of a feasibility study looking at investments in veterinary capacity, have recognized the innovation, the evidence, and the participation that the PIMA approach really promotes. Finally, I just wanted to let you know that the STDF does provide funding for project development and implementation, also to make use of the PIMA framework, and you can find more information about the projects that STDF supports, as well as project preparation grants on the website standardsfacility.org. And I think on the website you can also really find out a lot more about how and where PIMA has been used, the kinds of reports and results that have resulted from the use of PIMA, also in terms of leveraging and mobilizing more funding. You can find more information on STDF's funding opportunities, and please do visit the website and sign up for STDF's electronic e-newsletter that we issue every month or so, or visit the STDF's YouTube channel where you can find some films. And I hope that these resources will be of interest to you, and we would of course be pleased to engage with you should you have other questions about the STDF or funding opportunities. And finally, just to thank the donors that support the STDF's work, because the STDF is a trust fund and we rely on these donors to support the STDF projects that different countries are benefiting from, and that some of you may also be interested to go and look for new sources of projects too. So with that, Gabor, I think I will end. Of course, happy to answer any other questions. And I stop the screen sharing here, and hopefully we go back to the room more smoothly this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marlene. And indeed, you will have the chance to ask questions from Marlene at the end of the session. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Bobby Krishnathurasi, who's a senior specialist at the Food Safety Department of the Dubai Municipality. Bobby, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. A lot of friendly faces here, familiar ones, and people who are online. Let me see whether I can see me. Okay, good. I'll wait for the system to pick up my voice. All right, so all right. So today's topic that I want to look at is something different from the usual presentation that I've made in the regulatory symposium and other events, mainly looking at what are the aspects that we've digitalized and how we operate digitalized systems. Today, we're going to look at what did we learn from digitalizing processes? What are the pros and cons of digitalization from a different perspective? And also, what are the difficulties and challenges that you would face when you digitalize your systems? And this can vary depending upon, what setup you're using, what kind of tools you're using, what kind of platforms you're using, and the selection of these processes really makes a lot of difference to how effectively the systems would work. An ideal scenario for us is looking at how do you want to see the products? And we have an ideal dream in our mind, which tells you that we need to see farm to fork visibility for products. And we need to know the processes, we need to know how the temperatures were, we need to know how the plant was, and we need to know the nutritional facts, we need to know what the customer should be doing before the product is used, after the product is used, and any other information about the product pricing. Everything has to be on the label. And that's your ideal scenario. And we wish that the technology enables us to do all these things in one small QR code that you often see, or a barcode. And that's something which we have in your mind. And when you look at the food chain, you have all this information coming in, and these are just headlines. I mean, if you look at the actual data of a single product, you have actually maybe 100 times more than this in terms of volume for each product. And are we able to get all this in digitalized format? Probably yes. They are possible, and that is possible, and that is already digitalized in some format or the other, stuck in some computers, stuck in some machines somewhere else in the world. But the difficult thing sometimes is that, am I not on the screen? Okay. The difficult thing sometimes is that when you digitalize these processes or these data sets, we also need to define who will have access to it and who will not have access to it, and also look at how we will interpret the data for utility. So let's look at where are these in most cases. And we know that they are stored up in shelves somewhere, right? This is the pre-digitalization stage. And over a period of time, we have managed to digitalize part of it. And probably some of the countries would be, or some of the companies would have managed to digitalize it at least to 80 to 90% level. And if you look at Dubai's journey, we started our digitalization in 2002 with our food inspection program. Then the trade processes were digitalized at the same time, pretty much, not the full documentation, but the processes were digitalized at least within the team. And then we look at 2007, we started looking at product registration and laboratory test reports in 2007. 2012, we started looking at label registration and assessment. And in 2018, we started looking at digitalizing food safety management system. And these are programs that are used by food businesses, like temperature records and training records and cleaning records, contracts. All these were digitalized. And currently, we are in the process of launching our revised edition of the 2004 program, and probably 2012 program as well for trade and label registration. So it's a constant evolution, and we keep changing with technology being available. And if you look at the digital framework, literally almost everything has been digitalized within the country, within the processing. It's almost all paperless. And this could be registration of products, registration of companies, services, actions, and daily checks of food businesses. Literally, I think if you look at if there is something not digitalized, I think at least we know that everything is possible. Maybe some documents are still on paper, but they can be digitalized. And when you look at a digitalization project, the things that come into your mind first is probably the app, because those are the most popular things. And if you look at the face of a digitalized program in any government or any company or any product, you always think about apps. And apps, probably from a management perspective, are the least of the concern from the development, because they're very easy to make and very easy to get going. And you also are familiar with the front end or the interface that you interact with. So these are typically, where you log in, where you find your contacts, where you find your information, where you edit your information. And these are like an Excel sheet with a lot of tables and a lot of fields. And when you work with your team, you're constantly, discussing this with your users on how this can be improved. Like, how do you input data faster? How do you make sure that the data is clean? And how do you make sure the search is available? How do you give support? Most of this is delivered through the front interface. And then there's also something else that we see as users is either reports that you generate from systems or visualizations that are created for you by the development team. So the team tells you that, okay, what do you want to see? And you say, oh, I want to look at all the best incidents in the city. And then they will create your visualization for you. But that comes from somewhere else. It comes from a data source that is given by somebody, but not readable unless it is visualized in this particular way. And when you look at inspections, for instance, when you look at it from an inspector's point of view, you see an app with a list of questions that comes in when they select a particular option or a particular checklist. But when you look at the back end of the data, you see it like this, where you can see where are the problems, what are the trends, what kind of violations are popping up in January, what do you see during lean months, what do you see in summer, what do you see in winter, which inspector is marking more violations, which inspector is marking less violations, what kind of businesses have problems, what kind of solutions can be also drawn from those problems. So those are all coming from your visualization of your inspections. But my desktop looks like this when I look at a certain project. So this is just the FoodWatch project, and we've got other projects like this. In my desktop, what you see are folders with information. Sorry. Clicker. All right. So in my folder, what you see is not interfaces, not apps, but programs that are essential for us, that are kind of instrumental in creating these. Sorry, why am I not in? Okay, it should open my folder. You have to do it. Yeah, just play it. Right. So this is how it looks. Every version is denoting a month, and every month we have a new version that's launched for the application or platform. And then each one of those applications would have a BRS requirement that goes to your IT development team, and the business analyst sits with you, looks at what are the requirements, what are the changes you want, what are the requirements you want to be completely new, how do you want to modify the previous one, and these go in cycle. And every month you're literally producing 3 or 5 of these documents, which are 50 to 100 pages long. And each team works on all these aspects, looking at how does the interface look like, how should the user see it, how should the business see it, how should the management see it, how should the data center see it. And also you need to convince the the development team that this is how it should work. And it is not necessary that they would know what you're talking about. So this is the challenge that you always have. And I want to kind of show you what are those tips that I can offer from our experience. It's very personal sometimes to me, so I don't want to take it as a generic tip, but I would really highlight from my experience, what are those issues that we often find, and what are those issues that you would want to address as you build programs. So go to point number 1, and what do you need first? What you need first is a multidisciplinary team. And it's like music. And when you're looking at building a technology platform, it's like how you build music, a song or a band. You have to have teams that are very, very diverse in skills. And here, we tend to look at this product like an IT solution. These are not IT solutions, it's a business solution where you have to take into account how the importance of the customer, importance of the user, importance of understanding even within the IT framework, you need to know whether you have an expertise in certain processes. For instance, do you have experts in the IT team who can understand what you're talking about from a business? Like, do they understand food safety? Do they understand nutrition? Do they understand what your processes mean to public? Because if they do not know what it means to you, that could be problematic in setting up the system. And in your team, you should have people who understand IT systems, because then you can anticipate problems. So when you give a business requirement, you also need to know how the data structure would be working. Because if you do not know how the data structure works, then you might add on complications to the system, which could finally end up slowing down your system or causing errors. So always try to be as diverse as possible when it comes to utilizing or when it comes to designing the project. And then you need to treat your IT team like they're setting a banquet with very diverse menus, very diverse customer requirements. And even within the IT team, you need to see the chefs who can prepare a lot of different types of dishes. Like, the same person does not cook your main course and the desserts. Like, you would have a baker, you would have a steak specialist. So the same way, IT team also has specialties, and they have people who are very good in building the front end. There are people who are very good in the backend solution, data solution. Some of them are good in data analysis. Some of them are good in data visualization. And all these expertise is required to build a system. And it's not simply IT department. And if we don't get that straight, we have issues later coming up. Technology tools matter. And here, it may not be directly relevant to us when we are asking the IT department, I want the solution. But I would really recommend you to go back and read about how do these applications get built. So these are called platform or app building solutions. And just to give you an example, like .NET, Mendix, these are terms that you would come in when you start digging. What are these platforms built on? And this is not meant to be giving an answer that this platform is better than the other. I just took it as an illustrative example. In the IT field, people always talk about what's the best platform to use for an app or a web-based solution. So depending on what your needs are, the IT team would select a particular tool. And it's important that you give at least a high-level overview of all the aspects that you need to deal with in the beginning, get them to understand before signing up for a particular platform. Because if you are stuck with certain platforms, you could eventually face consequences when you add on services which are not related. Say, for instance, you would start off by entering the data of food products, and suddenly you want to have an instant messenger that works and communicates with a team that is utilizing the data to increase the efficiency. You may not be able to do that if that platform doesn't have that facility. So always invest a bit of time in learning about how these platforms are built. And it is not necessary that you need to do that, but you need to have a team member who can understand that from their perspective. And also think about how much time do you have to deliver that product. And we need to think about that race in our head, that do I want to deliver this product immediately with all the services, or should I consider it like a marathon where I take a very, very long journey, and I need to really plan it for a long journey, because it's quite different from going for 100 meters dash, where everything is over in 10 seconds. So here you need to really plan your fuel. You know, how am I going to sustain my running for 2 hours is what he would be looking at. I'll be planning for like 10 hours if I want to run the marathon. So depending on your resources, your abilities, you need to really plan your running. And you need to keep milestones and time limits in a split manner. And earlier slide, I showed you how our milestones are kept. So every month we have a release, and that's the agile method. And if you go with an agile methodology, you need to really plan your resources also in that manner, because it's spent over a period of time. So that's really important. And if you want to look at agile and waterfall methods, again, something really important and interesting to read. Olden days, and when I say old, it's like 5 years ago, you would use a waterfall method. So you call the IT company, you give a list of resources, a list of questions, and tell them, I want a solution that addresses all these things. I've seen an app somewhere, build it for me. The IT team goes, takes all your requirements in one go, builds a solution, comes back after 1 year or 6 months, whatever the phase is, and delivers your product you test it and you say that, oh, this is not working. This is not my requirement anymore because my regulations changed. I want a different regulation. My sampling plan has changed or my training plan has changed. I don't want to use this, but I want to modify this. Now they will tell you this is a new requirement. This is not what I produced because you gave me a different requirement 1 year ago. And that's quite normal. Things change. And post-pandemic, we do not know how many things change in our system. I mean, probably it's a complete turnaround of certain systems. So here we need to be careful about building a waterfall method where you would build and deliver a product in one straight line. And what you probably want to look at is agile methodology where you constantly develop. So your deliveries are split in months or by months. You have a delivery of a service, but you start delivering quite early. So you have milestones kept all throughout. So you develop over a 5-year period of time. And each month you would launch a service. Say, for instance, today I would launch a service for a street food business. Tomorrow I would launch a service for communication between the businesses. Next month I would launch a service which enables me to provide a particular service for an applicant. So you keep building over time, and that way you can build your resources and optimize your resources. And actually, the IT department or the IT team that you will involved in are quite familiar with these things. Except that we do not know how they build, so we might end up giving them a requirement and telling that I want this product. So I think it's strongly recommended to read about agile methodologies and see how you can utilize that in your thinking. And expectations also linked to customers. So when you're building such a long schedule, you have to prepare your customers for these things too, because speed and swiftness and accuracy doesn't come in the first month when you're building like this. It builds over time. And look at artificial intelligence, for instance. You cannot put a self-driving car on the street tomorrow and say, start driving. It doesn't work like that. It has to learn from its experience. So a self-driving car gets used to what is around its environment. So if you're putting it in UK, in London street, it's quite different from how it would drive in Dubai, because it's actually learning from what's going on around it. And that needs data. And that data is what makes the drive more accurate. In the same way, customer expectations also constantly change, and you have to constantly evolve over a period of time. And often, customer expectations are divided into two. One is how do they see and compare your systems versus how the utility of the system is. And when they see the system, they're thinking that it's Google and Facebook, which these are companies that have multi-billion dollars or trillions of dollars in their pocket to spend. So they would design amazing interfaces that are really, really fast. But you are not working in that budget, so you might be going with an interface that is slightly slower. And customers are immediately responding by saying that, oh, I wanted to be downloading these things in 5 seconds. But what you need to remind these customers is, go back and look at what we were doing in the past. We were not riding Ferraris to deliver these services. You actually had to go to an office and produce a document to get an approval, for instance. Instead of that, today, you don't go to an office, you provide certain information online, and then you get the information processed virtually. So you're saving the time that you were going to the office, which could be 4 hours or 6 hours, plus the traffic, plus the vehicle fuel, the probability of you getting stressed out because you have to go to the office. And it's all reduced to like 5 minutes probably if you have a slow internet. But why do we compare the 5 minutes with 5 seconds that you get from Google we don't utilize that thinking, but what we think is that our interface has to work in split seconds. So it's also about telling consumers and customers constantly that you have to get used to it. We will definitely speed up the process, but it takes time because the data gets mature over time. And as the data gets mature, as the system gets mature, we will be able to deliver speedy services. And we always see the signboards when metro is built, right? You have a traffic jam before, everything is stuck because you're trying to change the road. And then you say, oh, we have a happy ending coming soon. Roads will be much more better when the metro work is finished. The same way, we need to keep telling them we are building over 5 years. You will have your expectations different, but then customers also increase their expectations over time. But that's why constant engagement is important. So keep talking to them all the time and kind of reassure them and also educate them on the limitations of the systems too. And when you work on data sets like this, when you build big systems, especially if you look at what we've built in Dubai, where we have digitalized everything. You've got plenty of data coming in, and you need to really look at what is the data that is really important for me or critical for me, and then you need to use that data for decision making. But don't try to use every data that you have for decision making. Now, we have businesses coming and asking us, how many times should I take the temperature of the chicken? And that's not something that we would answer, but we would ask them the question, how many of your suppliers of high-risk foods have a D or E grade, which is not really a good food safety system to follow? So they have both, they have access to both data. They know what is the product temperature or the receiving temperature of certain products, but they also have the data of performance of their suppliers. And I would tell them that the performance of your suppliers is more significant than the temperature data. That's not saying that the temperature data is not valuable, but it's important to know that some data could have a high value. So that is something really, really important. So sometimes you might need a lot of data to analyze, to see the trends. Say, for instance, we want to look at the sampling results for the last 10 years. That will show you the trends. In some cases, you don't need to go that long term. You might use a short-term trend analysis to see post-pandemic what happened. That's only 1 year's data, right? So you might have to use the data, but don't get obsessed with a lot of quantity of data. It's not necessary to have a lot of quantity to make decisions. Balance it with quality. And then there is an obsession with paperlessness often. And when we look at systems, a lot of people ask you, are you paperless? So the drive for digitalization is not a drive for saving paper or saving the environment alone, because digitalization doesn't really mean that it's environmental friendly. Your screens consume a lot of time and a lot of energy, because to switch on your computer, take the data, every time you want the data, it's energy consuming. You need to store the data somewhere. Your servers have to work. It's like producing Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not visible to you, but it takes enormous amount of energy to produce the Bitcoin and keep it in the circulation. So same way, all these transactions that you want to show and prove also need energy. So questions like this, how much does it take to print the paper? Probably 10 fills, and there is an environmental cost to it. But if I put the same thing on a wall for like 2 years, I'm also spending energy to keep it live, keep it on a self screen. So there is energy to all these things. So it is not paperlessness that we're talking about here. We're talking about the value of the data here. So always remember that the drive is not for paperlessness. It is to create value from digitalization by utilizing the data. And if that data value cannot be created, digitalization do not have much meaning. So that's really something that I would really emphasize. And this is something I've been talking about of late, probably the last 1 year or so, because that's something which we realize when we see a lot of data coming in and we're looking at how the industry is perceiving it as. It's easy to tell the companies remove the paper and utilize the system. It increases adoption rates, but on the other hand, it doesn't really create the value that is necessary. So that's the 8th habit that I wanted to show. It's not like there is a lot, but I think we have to constantly share. And before the session started, I was telling Gaba that we need to constantly talk and engage with team members who work in technology arena, so that we exchange ideas and share our expertise. And that's when we learn. So I'm just sharing my experience here. It's very personal, and it's not meant to be an organization's representation. So I thought it's important to highlight those. So end of the day, what are we working for? We are working towards sustainable goals. And our mission is to create sustainability in our system. So whatever we do, end of the day, it has to connect with the goals of the world or the larger population to make sure that our food safety systems are safe, secure, healthy, and also affordable for people. So technology should be a tool and an enabler. Sometimes it might be a lot more cheaper to use a paper and finish off the job. But if we really want to create value, we need to really invest time on learning about how we can create value. And you do not need data specialists to do this job for you. You don't hire data specialists to give you this kind of an insight about what your system can deliver. And my recommendation is that every one of you have to be a data scientist in the future, because that's the fundamental when it comes to food safety. If we do not understand data, it's very difficult to move our jobs, because if you do not know how to analyze it, your decisions are likely to be wrong. And if you want to analyze it, you want to have the best quality data from the best quality source that is possible. And then you have to have a multidisciplinary team, as I said earlier, who can make better decisions out of this data. Thank you, Ever. And as I mentioned, I won't be available for the Q&A, so I would prefer to take the questions early on, if that's possible.
And since we are running a bit late, unfortunately, I think it would be the best if you approach Bobby in the coffee break and you can ask questions from him. And of course,
On the GUA application.
and the GUA application, of course, please use it. Please feel free to ask questions. Thank you very much, Bobby. I think it was extremely helpful. I will have definitely a couple of questions to you, and I look forward to continue our discussions. So as the next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Sagar Khan. Kor, I hope this is fine with you. Sagar, can you hear me?
Yes, Gabor, I can hear you well. Thank you.
So Sagar is the head of the Quality Assurance Compliance Center at the Metro Group. Sagar, it's a pleasure to have you today, and we look forward to share your experience with us. The floor is yours, Sagar.
Thank you very much, Gabor. And it was really an interesting seminar on this emerging, you can say, advancements, which is relating to the digitization of the quality management systems across the supply chain. And I will keep my presentation slightly shorter to give more time to the next speaker, because it looks more interesting to hear from Mr. Coir. So let me share my screen. Just a moment. Just please confirm if you can just see my slides.
Yes, we can see it well.
Okay, thank you very much. So from the industrial perspective, I will just share with you some of the insights that how we are making use of compliance data for improving our supply chain management. Because, okay, we started this digitization process since 2015, but in 2019, when we hit by COVID, across our 24 cash and carry countries and 34 in total, where Metro is operating globally as a international wholesale business service provider, we realized that we should accelerate our digitization processes in a faster pace, and we tried and we achieved. And not only we achieved, but we also have seen some of the benefits, and I will share with you some of the highlights of those digitization processes which we accomplished during these last couple of years. So sharing with you that in Metro AG, we called our digitization system as M Quality, means the Metro Quality. So this is a whole end-to-end digitized quality management system. It involved, because as a wholesale we are almost having control across the whole supply chain, starting from supplier selection, product development, sales, and then also engaging with the B2B customers, and also to the institutional customers as well. So we launched this digitized quality management system with some very clear ambitions, with some very clear objectives, and as I shared that we started even in 2015 digitization process for our professional customer, and then included all of our supply chain elements which are involved for managing the you can say quality management system and food safety management system, for improving efficiency. And how we improve the efficiency of our process, because we optimize our processes across 34 countries, especially the 24 countries where we are having this cash and carry business. And in this Asia region, let's suppose we are having in India, in Pakistan, and also previously we were having in China as well, in Japan. So we try to improve our process through standardization and optimization of the process. The second ambition we set, that we improve as well the customer centricity. how we improve the customer centricity. It's because we reduce so much admin work which we were previously doing in terms of you can say some Excel based management system or some paper based management system. So we improved a lot of the customer centricity and service by responding them in time and reducing the you can say the lead time in between the process approval in terms of supplier selection, product selection, and then delivering to the customers. And on top of that, the one of the ideal benefit or ideal ambition we set it is that efficient data quality management, like the previous colleague, Mr. Bobby was, Krishna was explaining, that how we can make an efficiency within the, and we can go for the trend analysis and improvement through this digitized approach, through these digitization of the quality data of all the processes starting from cash and carry countries, and also we are involving our food service delivery businesses and trading offices as well for the data analysis. Last but not the least, as we are a wholesaler and we are having our own exclusive brand products, so we have created a data transparency across the supply chain, and it not only create a transparency across the supply chain, but it also improve you can say the lead time. If we started a project and we delivered the project in 10 months, so it's this 10 month period reduced to even 6 months. So even we are thinking about a more improvement in this whole process, and with more transparency in whole the process steps. I will share with you some of the you can see some of the overview where we have done this digitization. So the first KPI, the first part where we did the end-to-end digitization, it's the Metro, you can say the QMS digitization for Metro exclusive brand products. Metro is having around, you can say more than 6,000 own brand products globally. And as a common source product, we are having around 2,500 products which we are distributing to 24 countries and some trading offices. And to develop those products, we were really facing a lot of delays, lot of challenges in terms of process improvement. And with this M quality, which I just shared with you, we have improved a lot. Like our lead time reduced from 10 months to 6 months, and with better recording of the data, with better efficiency of the processes. So these are the few steps in this heading under what, like our exclusive brands, they started with the requirement profile, and then we are having a second step, which is the signing our agreement with the supplier in terms of product specification. Then we are also having the supplier qualification part in place, sustainability policies implementation, being the corporate organization, and then we are also monitoring our product through sensory steps and the lab checks. So all these previously were managed like in an Excel-based system or in a paper-based system, but now they all are, these all processes are digitized under the heading of M quality. So we have number of modules, and each module is specifically designed for each process. And then these modules are interlinked with each other. So it giving us end-to-end transparency between the different processes, starting from our product development till the product on the shelf. So this is giving us not only, you can see the data quality consistency, but also making our process more efficient. Because when we are developing, let's suppose, a product requirement profile, and when we are switching to the next step, then 60% of the data from the requirement profile automatically be copied in the product specification part. Same with the supplier qualification. With the improvement of our Q audit, like in the initial part, Gabor, you were explaining about remote audits. So we have incorporated that part as well in Q audits and technical visits. And because our intent is to go for GFSI certification, and we are having around 98%, 99%, currently our suppliers globally is on GFSI certification. So this was one part of our processes where we improved, where we transferred from our manual or the Excel-based systems to the digitized processes. It's called QMS digitization for exclusive own brand products. The second thing is, here I will just complete this slide with some information. This is the core part of our operation domain. So the previous slide was the core part of our product development, which is exclusive own brand products. And this is our operations part where we start with this store operations, where we are catering around, we are having around 700 stores around the world. And then we are having around more than 20,000 food products within our store, within our stores. And plus we are also having food service delivery platforms where we are delivering to the B2B customers. And then we are having again the product and supplier. So we have introduced three tools, three digitized tools across this whole chain. One is called Q audits. So we have introduced this Q audit tool because previously we were doing a checklist based manual filling, manual audits, going into the stores, doing the audits. But now we have transformed from those Excel based checklists to the digitization system. And in this system, we have divided our Q audits in two parts. One is QMS part, one is store operation, operational part. So operational part, we are definitely either sending our own assessors to the stores for internal audits or engaging the service provider to do audits on our behalf. Then the second part is QMS part. QMS part is totally managed in the head office because this is just a review and verification of the documentation related activities and some procedural activities. So Q audit we have aligned across the chain as a remote and as a digitized tool. The second is again, Mr. Krishna was just sharing that the HACCP checks like temperature checks, cleaning checks, receiving checks, the other storage checks. So we have digitized all QA checks and records in our stores. Okay, we have not have completed in all the 34 countries or 24 cash and carry countries because still there is a challenge of some implementation, there is challenge of some understanding, there is challenge of some languages. So we are creating a multi-language approach in our digitization system. We are training our countries again and again. We are engaging the local service providers who are like my colleague was sharing previously that there is also a challenge of utilizing these IT apps. So we are working on that part as well. So QC check in terms of HACCP are in place now in our cash and carry stores and FSD platforms. And now there is another QC check thing which is exclusively at the platform, which is only because in platforms we are only receiving and consolidating and delivering. There is no storage. There is only receiving, consolidating, and then the storage, dispatching to the countries. And here we also have a digitized system for good receiving, where we are recording temperature at the time of receiving, shelf life, any pest monitoring activity, and then those data we can also use for our trend analysis. So these are the two key areas which are covering our whole supply chain from product side and from process side and the operation side. So based on this, I can just share with you what are the benefits we get out of it after implementing these digitized tools, these digitized practices. First of all, again, the time saving and analytics. Like I said, the record management, we improved a lot because previously with this paper pen and the checklist based working or Excel based working, there is a huge time investment for recording of the data or for documentation purpose, and what we have estimated that around 50% time saving we achieved through this Q audits through these digitization tools. And then the second thing, you all know that in Excel based working or paper based working, there is always a difficulty to carry out the trend analysis, and then you cannot go for a continuous improvement. But this, due to these digitization tools, we can make even country to country comparison, region to region comparison, within country store to store comparison, department to department comparison, parameter to parameter comparison. So lot of comparison you can do, and you can go for improvement, and it's very easy. The only thing is, like Mr. Krishna was sharing, that you have to have the grip how to analyze. So this is, and how to analyze. Metro is a big giant in terms of wholesale, and we are having our internal digital wing, which is called as Metro Digital. So they are supporting not only corporate team but also to the countries, and also in the countries or in the regions we are having IT service providers who are closely collaborating with Metro Digital and Metro teams to perform these kind of trend analysis and training the countries for this data analytics. The second biggest thing is a user friendly. I must say, now with the advancement in the IT softwares, in the advancement of applications, there is a lot of solutions who can be easily implemented within the operational activities. Okay, there are still certain countries where we have the challenge, but we are training our staff which are on the floor, especially in terms of operation. If I say in terms of this auto checks, so challenges there, but still we have received a response like in terms of the user satisfaction survey. Here you can see even 92% are either satisfied or very satisfied with all these tools. So these are our this survey is from our internal user, because most of the Q audit tools we have applied is for our internal, plus somehow at the back end with the supplier, and in the front end with the B2B customers. So only 8% they stay neutral. They did not say that they are not satisfied. Okay, they are in the mood of you can say they are in a phase of understanding this concept, and later on they will also be transferred either to satisfied or very satisfied. So this is just initial survey results which we have done in 2021. And then we are also having our net promoter score, where actually we get an idea that, okay, whether we recommend, whether countries recommend it for other countries as well. Because initially we just launched these digitized tool for pilot countries, like one tool for 4 countries, another tool for other 5 countries. And then after getting the recommendation, we have this score of 100% satisfaction that, okay, these tools are ready to implement in other countries. And then this is another big advantage, that if authorities comes in the store, authorities comes to inspect us, or if authorities want to check the trend of our practices, our processes, our operations, then there is ready to you can say user ready to present data for them, where they can just see the validity of our practices, and they can even recommend something if they want to have any you can say recommendation. So these are the clear feedbacks from a retail perspective, from a wholesale perspective, or from an industry perspective, that with this digitization of processes and procedure and operations, really there is a lot of benefits behind it. So I just make it slightly quicker, just to make sure that, okay, the audience gets some quick cracks from these digitization processes. And if you have still question, I will be available. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. I suggest we quickly move to the last presentation. In any case, I think you stay online so people can ask questions in the chat, as well as you saw Sagar's email address. Feel free to contact him or drop him a line in the WOA application. With this, I would like to invite Cor to the floor. Hi, Cor, can you hear us?
Hi, Gabor, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me too?
Excellent. Yes. So Cor will also provide us some insights from the food safety service provider side as a market development director of FSSC 22000. Cor, the floor is yours. I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Gabor. And can you see my presentation on screen?
Yes, if you could just put it on slideshow. Right now, we still see it.
I have it on slideshow. Can you see it?
No, we still see the normal presentation mode, not the slideshow mode.
Oh, that's strange.
Sharing others. He's sharing others. So
are you using one screen or 2 screens?
One screen.
Okay. So now it works. It's
Can you
good.
see it now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, super. Yeah, I will do it quickly because yeah, we have a little bit less of time, I think. But thank you so much for the organization, and also Gabor for inviting me to do a presentation. It's an honor for me to be in your great conference, and it's a pity I cannot join you there, but perhaps next time. I like to share you yeah, some experiences on remote auditing and the use of ICT in FSSC 22000. So first, I'd like to give you an overview of FSSC. Let me see to go to the next slide. And that's not working. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so some information, FSSC 22000. We are a food safety management system certification scheme. On the left side, you can see that we have our partners, the certification bodies, but also training organizations and accreditation bodies we work together with. And at the moment, we have already even more than 27,000 certified organizations around the world. We are growing quite fast, but we always say it's not about growing fast, it's about the quality of the audits and reliability of the audits and the certificates. On the right side, you see the scope, the scope of FSSC 22000, the sectors where it can be used. And you can see it's almost from farm to fork, covering almost all the different sectors, not only food manufacturing, but also food packaging materials. And I also see there's a lot of delegates coming from the food service, catering industry, hotels and restaurants. You can see that's also covered in the scope, and even retail is covered. So it is a supply chain certification program for food safety management. I think what's also important is to understand a little bit about FSSC if you don't know it already. We use three components. We use the international standard ISO 22000. You know, probably this standard can be used in the whole food supply chain. And it's, I think, one of the most recognized standards for food safety management systems. Then we ask for using a technical specification for the prerequisite programs. These are also international standards or technical specifications like the ISO 22002 series for the different sectors. And we have a number of additional requirements that we have issued ourselves if they're not covered by these international standards. So that is in short the components of FSSC 22000. And without going in detail, I think what is quite unique is that FSSC 22000 is a non-profit foundation. We are truly independent. We don't have any shareholders or other organizations telling us how to do the business. We are governed by a board of stakeholders. These are the representatives from the different stakeholders in the food supply chain. And what is also important is our integrity program, what is used to make sure that the audits are reliable. And we are recognized by the Global Food Safety Initiative. Looking at remote auditing and use of ICT, I think we all recognize that COVID-19 that speeded up or accelerated the use of it. And we also monitored this, of course, during the pandemic. And we also looked at our program where ICT and remote auditing can be used. First of all, what we think is important is to, when you use ICT or remote auditing, you have to ensure that the audits are still effective and reliable and robust. You cannot compromise the quality of the audits and the reliability of the certificates. So we decided to start with remote auditing, but only partly. And that was also allowed by the Global Food Safety Initiative. We also looked what is available already on this topic. And one of the things that we saw is that the IAF issued a number of mandatory documents that gave very good input on the requirements and how to do remote auditing effectively and the use of ICT. What we have done, we have published a number of documents. I cannot go through it in detail in this presentation, but you can find it on our website. We have two options. One option is the partly remote auditing. We really believe that that is the best approach, and it works also in practice. There are now more than 1,000 remote audits have been conducted, and we monitor that, of course, very carefully. And that is a partly remote audit that is allowed every time, so not only in the pandemic, but at the moment there was a lot of full lockdowns and the audits were not possible at all, the physical audits. We also decided to have a possibility in those extraordinary situations to have a full remote audit. But that is only allowed when physical audits cannot be conducted at all, when it's impossible. So that is an exception. It's also not recognized by the GFSI. But yeah, in these situations, we said, what is better, not to do an audit at all, or to do a full remote audit when it's allowed. But we have strict regulations and rules for that. So first of all, if you look at the documents that we use, I said it already, there are some documents from the International Accreditation Forum, the MD4, and there is a document, the ID3. The MD4 is a document covering requirements for the use of ICT and also on the competence of personnel. And the IAF ID3, that is a document that explains how you can do a risk assessment to look if there is a serious event and if remote audits can be done. So these documents are mandatory for our certification bodies to use if they want to do remote auditing and if they want to use ICT. The first approach is the partly remote audit, and yeah, that's in place, and that can be used now, but also we think in future. We really think that this is a good approach, and you can see here on the screen that it is a two-step approach. First of all, there is a remote audit that can be a desktop audit using ICT. Then the second part is an on-site physical audit. We said it shall be at least 50% of the duration of the full audit, and together that makes a full audit. So this is really a partly remote audit that we allow not only now, but also we think in future, because we see the results up until now are very good. And as I said, this is also recognized by the Global Food Safety Initiative. That is the organization that has recognized FSSC 22000. So we are all aligned with other stakeholders that this is a good approach for a food safety management audit. We require first a risk assessment. That is now coming from that documents from the IAF. So what we require from the certification body is that they do a risk assessment, and that risk assessment has to show that remote, partly remote audit is possible, and that also the results of previous audits show that an organization is mature enough to have that remote audit. So first they need to do a risk assessment to see if all the conditions are in place to allow that risk remote audit. And the second assessment we require is a feasibility assessment. And that's different. That is really looking if the remote audit and the use of the ICT are feasible. If the techniques are in place, if the organization is able to have a remote audit, if the understanding and the training of people is there. So it really needs to do an assessment to look if it's feasible to do that remote audit and to use ICT. And then, the remote audit is also not allowed for all the different kinds of audits. First of all, we said for all the follow-up audits like surveillance or recertification audits, you can use it. But for initial audits, so when it's the first audit, it is not possible to do it. Within FSSC audit, an initial certification audit is the first time that an auditor comes to a site. And we believe that that's one of the most critical moments when the auditor does the first audit. They really have to go in depth to the hazard assessment and the hazard analysis. And they also see the production for the first time. So for an initial audit, this is only allowed partly and not for a full audit. So these are the conditions to do the audits. So if you look at a full remote audit, well, I said it already, this is only allowed when a physical audit cannot be conducted at all. So when it's impossible, so it's really an exemption. We decided to allow that, as I said, because you can say, listen, if you cannot do an audit, what is then better? Not stop with the certification, that is then the only option you can have, or should you then allow a full remote audit? And in these exceptionary conditions, we believe it's better to have a full remote audit. Not ideal. We still believe that the partly remote audit is the best option, but in these situations, we believe you have to give an option to do at least an audit, then it's full remote. Again, what we require is a risk assessment. That's the same requirement. And also we require that feasibility assessment. So that is still a condition in place. And we are now reviewing also if we keep this in place in future with other crisis situations, if we think that this is reliable enough for these situations. So if you look at the full remote, it replaces a full audit. It shall also cover all the requirements. Yeah? So the certification body still needs to review all the requirements of our standards. And also it's important that it's not allowed for an initial audit. I said in the beginning that partly remote is not allowed with an initial audit, that is, but then 50% of the time the audit shall be on site. And that's not possible with a full remote audit. So for an initial audit, we do not allow a full remote audit. That is not allowed there. Also, when you look at the application, so not for new certification, also when there in a previous audit has been critical non-conformities, and we have a grading in FSSC 22000. So when there is a critical non-conformity, you cannot use this to close out the critical non-conformity, and it should also be allowed for surveillances and recertification. If you look at the website, we have this decision tree. So this is a decision tree showing what kind of audits can be used, and what are the conditions. So in what situations can certification bodies use what kind of audits. What is important, it's always voluntary. And so we say it's never mandatory to have remote audits. It's always an agreement between the certified organization and the certification body. So they have to do it in agreement with each other. Go to a website, you can find this in the annex, and you can use this also to make your own choices. I like to finish without going in detail with some experiences and tips for practice. This is also shared from the certification bodies with us. First of all, for remote auditing and the use of ICT, preparation is key. It's critical and crucial to have the good preparation. So the certification body and the auditor shall have close contact with the food organization. They need to make a good plan. Planning is very important, to have a good plan, that everyone knows what is the plan and who needs to be available when, and that is very important. But also it's very important to prepare and review documents. We see that for remote auditing, the preparation and the review of documents before the audit is even more important than with physical audits. So the auditor really has to work very close together before the audit with the organization to ask for certain documents and to review these documents. And also, make sure that the tools are in place, and to test and check if the ICT tools are working, because there can be situations where it doesn't work. And we see that also, I think, with all our experience now with Teams and with other digital solutions and meetings, that ICT can work great, but also can give big challenges. So preparation is key. During the audit, two parts. First of all, the review of documents. That is more the easier part, and also the interviews. We see that is really feasible. Again, prepare it very well. Make sure you have right tools. Try not to read all documents during that remote audit interview, because that will take a lot of time. Perhaps you split screens that you can see document one part and your auditee on the other part, so that helps. But again, make sure that the ICT tools are working. That is very important. Even more critical is doing the audit on site. When you want to review the processes, that is even more difficult in some cases. But it's possible. You can use, of course, cameras. Make sure, think about air plugs. front back cameras, all kinds of tips you can see here. That helps very much. But we have to realize that reviewing production processes or processes is more difficult remotely than doing physically. And we prefer, therefore, partly remote audit, where you do most of the interviews and the review of documents, do that then in the remote part, but then in the second part, the physical audit, do the review of the processes. So these are a number of tips and hints. And yeah, I'm sure that you will receive this presentation also, so you can read it more in detail after this conference. So I'd like to end my presentation to make sure we have some time for questions and answers. I hope this gave you some insights from the use of ICT and remote auditing in FSSC 22000. So thank you very much, and give it back to you, Gabor.
Thank you very much, Cor. Perhaps from the floor, do we have any questions? Yes, sir, please. If you could say your name and your organization for the speakers.
Actually, my name is Mohammed Altaf. I am from Ras Al Khaimah municipality. We are also in process of developing electronic system for public health administration. One of the biggest constraint which we are facing in digital transformation, and which I want all of you to consider this aspect, that we are all developing the digital system in online format. Consider that if there is no internet, or if we are in a place where the internet signals will go down, then the system will stop working. I was working in Abu Dhabi Food Control Authority, and at that time they were using a remote editor system. What was that? That you can do your job offline, and when you will have an accessibility to the system or to the internet, you can upload your data to the system. This is my request to all the system developers. Even in our department's AGA, they are not focusing on remote editing system, because when we are talking about sustainable solution mean a solution which you can work, as you said at the end, the system should run. So the sustainable solution mean in terms of internet, when there is no internet, you can still work offline. This is my important and concern. Second thing, today we are talking about sustainable food safety system. I believe time will come up very soon when we will talk about sustainable digital system. Means we are keep on developing system, and system are not talking to each other. So when we are establishing a system, or when we have established a system somewhere within the country, I should say we should share it with others, so that one system can be utilized by other, or it should be integrated with each other, so that data can be shared and repetition of data can be avoided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions? Perhaps let's take a couple of questions. Yes, sir, please.
It's not a question, but Bashir Yusuf from the municipality. It's just my own experience with online auditing, especially during this pandemic, that some companies are reluctant or maybe refuse to let you access their production line. So yes, you can do the office check on the documentation, but many companies will not let you to the plan. I don't know why, but like maybe for some security reason, maybe they think there could be some guy who hack the system and get to their facility and stuff. So I think this is a big challenge has to be addressed with that.
Thank you very much. One on auditing. Any other questions? Perhaps a quick reaction from me to both points, and then perhaps Marlon, Cor, and the Sagar would have also input. I think just want to give you an example. Within one of our projects in Pakistan, we had to basically collect information on Apple value chain actors in Balochistan, which has very remote areas, no 4G, no internet access, as well as in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, area on the meat value chain. And actually there is a solution which was being developed for the development sector in order to collect data offline. So once the survey was filled, it will be, and the person, the data collector is basically connecting to the internet, then it's being uploaded to the cloud. So the good thing is that there are already, especially in the development sector, solutions in this regard which are considering this aspect. When it comes to the audit and access to facilities, I think this is the question of trust, as well as to see that, for instance, there are a lot of discussion on blockchain. Companies might go with blockchain. Those who are open, ready to open their doors for remote auditing probably will be also more tend to go in the direction of blockchain or solution and full transparency. And others who are trying to keep the door closed might also be reluctant with the adoption of new technologies. Perhaps Cor, on the auditing part, what was your observation in terms of remote auditing and reluctance of clients? Did you hear anything from certification bodies?
Thank you for this very good question. I said it already, it's a voluntary option. That is the first thing we say. But yeah, to keep your certification in place, you need to have an annual audit. And that's a mandatory obligation. So we did all kinds of things. We also gave opportunities to postpone the audit, to give organizations a little bit more time. But in the end, we need to have these audits. And if organizations are reluctant to have them, there is then a moment that you have to say we have to stop your certification, and perhaps then later you can apply again for certification. In most cases, organizations don't want to lose their certification. And so in most cases, they will, together with the certification bodies, find a solution. And we think, with those partly remote audit and even the possibility of a full remote audit, when a physical audit cannot take place at all, we think most organizations found that solution. So there are not many organizations in our regard that want to stop with the certification, and they try to find a solution together with the certification body. And they can also come to us in the end, when we can also try to see what we can do for them.
Any points, Marlene, you would like to share from your side on working offline solutions?
I think the speaker, the first question speaker raised a very important point. And I think what we've seen with IT systems and tools is that there's so many, and there's the options are so extensive. But at the end of the day, the system needs to work and to be used in the context in which you are working, and given, constraints and challenges that may exist. So the solution needs to fit your needs. And if, internet accessibility is problematic, then being able to work offline sounds like a good idea and a solution to encourage and to support sustainability. And that should be borne in mind, because the system should be appropriate to the context in which it's developed. And I think in terms of the other question on sustainability and learning, and using off-the-shelf systems can also be helpful. And I think for the STDF's ePhyto project and the electronic exchange of phytosanitary certificates, the idea was to develop a generic system that could be used by many developing countries without countries having necessarily to develop their own unique system. And that is something that Codex and the OIE are also looking at, to develop one system or one platform that could be used by many actors. Thanks so much, Gabor.
Thank you, Marlene. And perhaps a last question from the online, the colleagues who are joining remotely to Cor. Would FSSC 22000 remote audit guidelines be covered in FSSC 22000 lead auditor training in the future? If you could address this question, Cor, I would be thankful.
Yeah, I think that is very important, and I think it already happens. If you look at lead auditor training, use of ICT and remote auditing is covered in most of them. And I think we need to do that. And from our perspective, we have, of course, licensed training organizations. FSSC is not delivering training themselves, but we have training organizations and we have rules for the content of the training. And in there, of course, we need to take attention also that ICT and remote auditing is part of that. I think the food industry has been reluctant compared with some other industries using ICT and remote auditing. But yeah, COVID crisis brought us, of course, a lot of bad things. But I think from that perspective, it has accelerated the use of ICT and remote auditing also in the food industry, like other sectors do it perhaps already a bit more. But yes, we need to give attention to it. We need to cover it with lead auditor training. And I think partly remote auditing is and will continue to be a good solution. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cor. And if you allow me, I would just summarize our session in a few words. Yes, I think it's very important to share knowledge, share information, not only on the technology, but also how we use the technology, how we developed our systems. And this knowledge sharing should be from a diverse group of actors. It cannot be only the regulators, it cannot be only the industry. Partnership is required where all relevant actors are being at the same table and can discuss in order to identify the best solution which works for everyone. I really would like to thank our speakers today who joined, especially Marlin and Cor in the early morning in Central European time. And I would like to thank for your attendance. Just perhaps an announcement. In the afternoon, we will know more about the new Codex guidance, which was adopted 2 weeks ago on paperless use of electronic certificates, food safety certificates. It's going to be a very interesting session starting in an hour. And you will have also the chance to engage with the former chair of the electronic working group developing this Codex guidance. Thank you very much again. Thank you, Marlin, Cor, Sagar, for joining, and look forward to seeing you in person. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thanks so
Bye-bye.
much. Bye. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Gabor. And this ends this part of the session and the morning session Dubai time. We will be reconvening at 1 p.m. Dubai time in order to continue the session related on what we need to know on the draft Codex guidance on paperless use of electronic certificates, as Gabor indicated. So please join us back. The same link at 1 p.m. Dubai time, 11 a.m. Cairo time. Have a great lunch or have a great break wherever you are around the world. Thank you.
Bon test. Testing one. Bonjour. Ça va, vous allez bien? Testing one, two, three. Hello, we are. Oui, on t'attend très bien. Tu m'entends? Oui, ok, c'est bon. Et nous aussi, c'est bon. Oui, oui, c'est vrai, c'est vrai.
Hello.
Hey,
Good afternoon.
I see
Good
I see
morning.
familiar faces. Good morning. Wow.
Good morning. Hi, Eric. The audience is finishing its lunch, so
Yes.
we just in a couple of minutes we are going to start. How
Great.
are you doing?
I see Matt too. Hi, Matt.
Good evening,
Hi,
everyone.
Matt.
How are we?
Good
Gabor, how are
evening.
you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Doing well. Doing
We have
well.
already 90 participants, I see. So on the Zoom.
Yes. Yes. Bonjour, 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 Monsieur Karim. Comment allez-vous?
Bonjour, ça va, comment allez-vous?
Très
Bonjour.
bien, merci, merci.
Merci, merci.
Salut Karim. Bonjour.
Fabien est là-bas aussi.
How are you?
Good morning.
Hello. Hello, gentlemen.
Hi.
Good to see you all.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Tejo and Kim Chan, Casey are also there, I think. Yes. Perhaps if
Good.
they want to test their microphone.
Hello, it's me, Tejo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello, good morning. Yes, very well, Casey. Thank
Okay,
you. And
thank
also, Tejo, I think I could hear you. Excellent. So we will start in a few minutes. On commence en quelques minutes parce qu'il y a déjeuner maintenant et dans 2 minutes, 5 minutes, on commence. In 5 minutes, we are going to start.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you, also those who are joining online for our today's session, which is going to talk about what we need to know about the draft or the adopted Codex guidance on paperless use of electronic certificate. For today's session, first of all, I would like to introduce our speakers. Mr. Eric Bosker from the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality of the Netherlands. Mr. Matthew Moore, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, Australia. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Abdul Karim Mujani from the National Office of Food Safety in the Kingdom of Morocco. And last but not least, Mr. Kim Chan Park and Tejo Kusuma from the World Customs Organization. I think today we will have a very interesting discussion. Our participants are very much looking forward to learn more about electronic certificate, how those are being implemented in different jurisdictions, and also what are the opportunities when it comes to interoperability among different authorities within a country. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Eric Bosker as well as Mr. Matthew Moore to share their experience, share their knowledge with us in terms of this guidance on paperless use of electronic certificate and also how their national authorities implemented their own initiatives. Hi, Eric. Can you hear me?
Hi, Gabor. I hear you very well. And good afternoon to you, and to Matt, good evening, and to all of you, good afternoon. First of all, my sincere thanks for UNIDO for giving the opportunity for this question and answering session on paperless certificates for food in international trade. I'm happy to see that the announcement on the screen was about draft guidance, and I think I have some exciting news to share in the first place, that it's no longer a draft. But first of all, I was talking about paperless certificates for food in international trade, because this is basically what the revised Codex guidelines for design, production, issuance, and use of generic official certificates are about. After 2 electronic working groups that were co-chaired by Australia and the Netherlands, the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection and Certification Systems adopted during its 25th session this revision for the accelerated Codex procedure called Step 5.8. And last 2 weeks, the 44th Codex Alimentarius Commission took place. And on the 9th of November, the Commission adopted this revision. So there is no longer a draft, but it's now has become Codex guidance. So what brings this new Codex guidance? The revised guidelines provide assistance for competent authorities to develop and implement paperless electronic certificates that are exchanged to attest that food presented for international trade has met the importing country requirements relating to food safety and or are ensuring fair practices in the food trade. The guidance also promotes consistency and is simplifying the development process for countries developing electronic certification solutions. And last but not least, the intention is, of course, to allow broader participation. Before Matt is going into detail, more into detail of the nature of the guidance, I would like to highlight the concept that we have introduced by this revision. This concept is the introduction of the electronic equivalent to the paper template of the generic model official certificate. And this concept is not only important for competent authority, it also creates a tangible connection with other standard setting organizations like World Customs Organization. So I'm very pleased that they are also in this session again. For WCO, this is related to the WCO data model. The WCO will later on explain much more about this. But first, more in detail about the nature of the draft guidance. Matt, please take the floor.
Thank you, Eric, for that fantastic introduction, and thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak to you from my little spare room here in Australia. So really fantastic to be with you all and to share the paperless guidance experience that Eric and I were fortunate enough to share. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. Eric, can you see that? My presentation, just to confirm. Cool, fantastic. So just a quick introduction on myself. My name is Matthew Moore, Matt Moore. I am the Director for Electronic Certification in the Department of Agriculture, Water and Resources. I've been working on paperless certification for about 10 years now, and the initial focus for Australia was very much in an export space. About 70% of Australia's agricultural products are exported, and as we know, Australia is a long way from pretty much everywhere except for our friends in New Zealand, and we wanted to help find ways that we could provide assurities for our trading partners in a digital way, and thankfully for us, we've had some excellent partners along the way, such as the Netherlands, where Eric has been extraordinarily helpful, as well as many others around the world. But in relation to this work in particular, the paperless guidance material. So the aim, what was the aim of this? So the aim really was not to reinvent the wheel or go crazy. It was to add to what was already there in terms of existing guidance around paper certification, because that covered a lot of elements in terms of exporter, importer, the roles of competent authorities. But what we wanted to do was modernize that and show that and provide a bit of a guidance or a roadmap, as we say in Australia, a plan to how we would get to paperless and how we would accelerate the delivery of paperless, especially now in a situation where we've been dealing with a global pandemic for a number of years now, and we have seen the effect it has had on not just our people, but also our ability to transport goods and give the same assurities that we have once before. And the guidance made a really strong effort to cover the different stages that would go through. So whether you're at the very first stage of starting to invest or analyze or really explore what paperless certification is to you, whether you're partway there, whether you're sending PDFs, whether you're just playing in the XML space, or whether you are at the verge of, or you're already paperless, and how you might actually interact with countries that aren't and understand the barriers that they may have as well. Also the ways to exchange. How do we do it? We know that there's multiple options for sending information around the world now, and we've made a very conscious effort to capture the most common ones that are used for electronic certification, but also not limit it to the point where we know technology will advance, and how this guidance material can take that into account. Considerations as well. What do you need to think of? What do your trading partners need to think of? And the generic model certificate, which I think is absolutely valuable. It's one of the highlights of the guidance document for me. It's something that I wish I had 10 years ago when I started out. And the key was that it could be used by anyone and used across organizations. It wasn't limited to agricultural trade. There was a conscious effort to align it with things like the WCO, and also keeping in mind, especially when it comes to how we exchange, things like national single windows as well. So there's some key additions that we added in there, and some of the keys being the principles around issuing paperless certification, and are there infrastructures and capabilities in place to allow you to do it, and where the ownership or the responsibility changes hands from an exporter to an importer. And from an Australian point of view, this is something that we started our journey off many years ago in the late 90s, early 2000s, and dealing with different levels of infrastructure. The internet is not as good in some places as it is in others. South Korea, who we have an exchange with, I think they've got the the third fastest internet in the world, and Australia's, I think we've got like, we're somewhere very low, 50 or something like that. So, and also the ability to be able to invest in that infrastructure, and the notification of when I provide you a paperless certificate and your acknowledgement of that, that now means that the certificate lies with you. I've handed over that responsibility, and the processes around that are really key in terms of how you do your business clearance, and making sure that we don't forget other people along the way. Because as we know, the paper certificate now might satisfy more than just agricultural trade. It might be used by Ministry of Finance. It might be used for custom clearance as well. And of course, you know, it references things like contingency plans, and the relation to what happens if a system goes down or the system becomes unavailable or in maintenance periods. I was in a Zoom meeting not too long ago where it unfortunately only lasted about 20 minutes because all of a sudden there was multiple YouTube clips playing and nobody could talk, and we didn't have a contingency plan for that meeting. So that's why that's always important. Recommendations on the presentation of the original certificate, so how it gets there, how it is displayed, what you can do, replacements around that. We know that sometimes certificates need to be replaced, and this is where paperless in itself becomes a really key element for agricultural trade, because those problem resolutions are much faster, especially for a country like Australia that's so heavily focused on exports. If we're sending something to the Netherlands or to the United Arab Emirates and we have to wait for the replacement paper to arrive, that could be 48-hour, 72-hour delay that possibly perishable goods are waiting. The replacements through a paperless aspect really do allow for the facilitation of goods to get out on the shelves a lot faster, which is critical in today's day and age. And of course, the revocation when the certificate's no longer valid, there's elements in the guidance document about that as well. Annex 1 and 2 that are absolutely so vital, and the reference data model, which I mentioned before, gives the details of the generic model certificate in that XML form. So it takes the generic model certificate that's in Codex and shows you how it relates to the ECERT standard, particularly the UNCFAC standard there. This is a really valuable tool that can not just be used by business, but also technology developers as well. And I mentioned at the top of my talk that this is something I wish I had 10 years ago, and I really do mean that. This is something that is absolutely invaluable to show the pathways and the linkages that everything that you're after in a paper certificate can be there in a paperless world, and provides a really strong example of how you can harmonize things to the best of our ability. And that reference data model is unique. I don't think there's been something like this included in Codex documentation before, but it certainly provides really great insight into the linkages and the flow of how XML is linked for paperless certification, as well as I said before, the detailed mapping of the individual elements. Where does an exporter live? Where does a consignee live? Where does my product information go? That stuff is absolutely vital and really, really key. There's other elements in the annexes around laws and regulation changes. Now, these are really critical things to consider, because you might have the greatest intentions in the world to progress to paperless certification and really move in that direction, but are there any laws or regulations within your country that prevent you from doing that? And we've had that experience here in Australia where we spent probably 18 months working with a trading partner, and we all agreed to remove paper, and we'd selected a particular date. And then about 3-4 weeks out from that date, excuse me, we received notification that they couldn't remove the paper because they had to go through their parliament to change the legislation, because within their legislation was a specific clause that says a paper certificate in its original form must be provided. So they need to go back and change their legislation. So it's really key that everybody looks at any laws or regulations that might have an impact on when and how you remove the paper certification. And as you do that, it's really important, as I mentioned before, the business processes and the flows. Who else may or may not need access to that data? Do your customs authority do that? Maybe you're part of your customs authority. Australia isn't in that fortunate position, unfortunately, but does it impact your Ministry of Finance? Does it connect to your Ministry of Trade? What's the flow within your own circle to ensure that all those people who may, for regulatory reasons, need to have access to that? And that's the key, that is the competent authority who is receiving that. Who else may that occur with and be provided to? The transition to paperless. This is a really excellent part of the document, along with the data model, that really caters for the different stages. You know, I'm just starting out on my paperless journey. What do I need to do? And the information there on transitioning to paperless gives you a really good step-by-step pathway on how you can get there, including interim points, like if you needed sending signed PDFs, and how you would then transition from there into the removal of the paper into the XML exchange fully, so that you can have your paperless agricultural trade. And that's where it's really key that it actually caters for all those different stages through there. And for those people who are entirely paperless and maybe didn't have to go through some of those steps, it gives you an idea of some of the hurdles that other countries may be facing in their own journey, that you might be able to help assist and provide guidance to. That transitioning to paperless is a really impressive piece of work in there. And it's got information on the current transmission mechanisms. So we regularly talk about single access object protocol, you know, the SMTP, the push-pull method, things like non-repudiation as well. There's references in there to national single windows, because we know that they're being developed regularly around the world and becoming more and more the norm in some places. And that sort of captures the current state of play. What it doesn't do is head you in a path in terms of things like blockchain or quantum computing and things like that, because that's futuristic stuff, and the blockchain technology is probably a broader conversation to have within your own national environments as well. So it gives you an idea, or it gives you a clear information on where the or how the information can be exchanged. But it also says that, you know, this doesn't say that you can't do it another way. If you've got a better way to do it, we're all looking for better ways to do things, and we would absolutely welcome and encourage them. The guidance, it's there to help and to create a clear path. I really like this picture because it probably shows the two sides of my eCert or paperless life. And on the left there, you can see all the wires a little bit tangled and wound together, and that was probably me as I started off. Well, not probably, definitely was me as I started off on my paperless journey, trying to pull it all apart to understand it. And then you see on the right, you know, the colored wires bound up in their groups as it clearly makes sense. And that's what this guidance document is there to do, to provide advice and clear direction as to how you can do it, and how it can be achieved. And it's really important to note that nothing in there is mandatory. We're not saying you have to do everything in there, but what it does is provide enough flexibility for people to find their paperless model in there. So if they need things like non-repudiation, electronic digital signatures, there's information in there on how that would work. If you don't need that, there's information on how that would work. If you're only getting to the point where you're doing secure PDFs, fantastic, that's great, there's information there. If you're paperless, there's information there. And the key elements around competent authorities or third parties who may be performing tasks for those competent authorities. There's been a great amount of detail going to this, and some really fantastic conversation with our colleagues in the Codex space as to what we can do and how we can do it, and making sure that we cater for all these different elements. And I think it is really something that will provide a path forward for paperless. It will accelerate us to that paperless place. and will help with the uptake through that. And with that in mind, that means that there'll be people in different stages in different journeys, but there's always somebody to come along on that paperless ride with you. And the COVID-19 pandemic has been a real accelerator for this, which is probably why the guidance document that has thankfully been adopted at CAC just a couple of weeks ago is such an exciting piece of material that can really start to help link agricultural trade in a new way, a modern way, and a really exciting way to go forward. And I really believe that this will help us all take that paperless journey together, and we'll have a clear path on how we get there and what the end goal is. And I think it's really fantastic that the CAC have approved that, and I really thank you all for the opportunity to share and discuss this with you today. And I certainly hope to be using this documentation with so many of you out there to help create that paperless trade, not just between Australia and your individual countries, but for you to utilize that with all your major trading partners and minor trading partners across the world. I think it's a fantastic thing that's only going to benefit us going forward. So with that, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matt. I don't know what, Gabor, what are we going to do?
No, I just wanted to ask Eric if you would like to add something else to Matthew's points. That's all.
Well, now the audience probably understands very well how fantastic it was to work together with Matt on this, and how brilliant it was to forward this document into the Codex family. And we were very pleased to have that it ended in this CAC 44 last 2 weeks ago. So I don't know, Gabor, was it the idea that we also should mention in the beginning a little bit how Australia's journey was towards paperless? Should I add anything about the Netherlands too on this?
Yes, I think
it
would be very useful to hear the experience. Yes.
Okay, then let me, could you allow me to share my screen? Because at the moment I can't, I see. Or,
you should be able right now, I think.
Yeah, I see, let me check, because I can't see any. I can't select anything. My button is not active somehow. But okay, I can anyway. Yeah.
If you could just elaborate in words, I think that would be
I
also
can
very
do.
useful.
No problem. Yes. Let me take you away, because the guidance is really what Matt says, that it's you have to select the way you want to move forward. And to take you a little bit further into how we worked in the Netherlands with this. The Netherlands is, of course, one of the largest traders, food traders, agri and food traders in the world. We have our volumes is about 100 billion a year. And we introduced e-certification to improve administrative and logistic processes within government and industries during import and export, because that was our goal. And we started this in beginning 2000. And first of all, because import was for us more important than export, we started to concentrate on import first. And what principles did we think of? As I said, we wanted to improve administrative and logistic processes within the Netherlands, government and industries. And our first principle was that we try to use and respect integrated systems from the industry and from the authorities in the Netherlands, the European Union and other countries. We were also using digital data and messages for exchange of information between these integrated systems. And we used international standards and recommendations like the UN CFACT with regard to international data exchange. We started to use this in our border controls in 2004 already. After that, we concentrated on export. And our National Electronic Information Exchange for Veterinary Export Controls was first introduced for dairy in 2008. In 2010 for meat, for fish and feed in 2011. And for phytosanitary export controls, it was since 2008. And what were our results at that time? Our veterinary services and trade are using their own integrated systems for their own domain. Public administration and private sectors were developing and maintaining together the information exchange between their systems. And we had improved procedures around inspections enabled by the availability of up-to-date information in all domains. So I was hoping to show you a slide with how this was look like in a picture, but I'm afraid I'm not able to do this, so I apologize for this. And Gabor, this is the last slide of my presentation, so I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you very much, Matthew, for this very interesting presentation and also sharing the knowledge with us. With this, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Abdelkarim Mujani. Mr. Karim is going to give his presentation in French. So for this reason, for those who are joining remotely, please select the English language below, or you can also listen to it in French. Shall we do a test? Can you hear me, Mr. Karim?
Yes, I can hear you, Gabor. Thank you. It's okay?
Okay, so
I will share my presentation.
Yes, Samuel, we can hear you well. Works perfectly. So Mr. Karim, the floor is yours. La parole est à vous, monsieur. Merci.
Merci à vous, monsieur Gabor. Je ne sais pas si vous arrivez à voir ma présentation.
Yes.
Vous arrivez à voir la présentation? It's okay?
Perfect. C'est parfait, merci.
OK. Merci, monsieur Gabor. Merci aux organisateurs, professeur Samuel, d'avoir accordé cette possibilité de partager notre expérience en matière d'implémentation de l'IFITO au Maroc. Et donc, je vais commencer mon exposé. Pardon. Ah, OK, ça passe pas. Donc, OK. Donc, j'ai 8 points à développer dans la présentation, à savoir donc essayer de présenter brièvement l'ANSA, qui est l'autorité compétente sanitaire et phytosanitaire marocaine. Essayer par la suite donc d'expliquer pourquoi le Maroc a mis en place ce projet EIFETO. Donc, le troisième point s'étalera sur les différentes étapes de mise en place du projet EIFETO. Je partagerai aussi le statut des échanges actuels de la certification électronique EIFETO. Par la suite, je passerai en revue les bénéfices réalisés, mais aussi prévus par rapport à ce challenge, à ce défi. Et donc, je déclinerai aussi par la suite des difficultés rencontrées lors de la mise en place du projet. Je passerai en revue les leçons, leçons déclinées ou ressorties de cette expérience. C'est en fait des clés de succès. Et enfin, je finirai par les défis futurs. Donc, l'Office national de sécurité sanitaire des produits alimentaires est un organisme qui a été créé en 2010. C'est un organisme public sous l'autorité du ministère de l'Agriculture, des pêches maritimes et du développement rural et des eaux et forêts. Il est indépendant et dispose de l'autonomie financière. Ce que je voudrais juste souligner, c'est que c'est un établissement qui est moderne. Depuis 2012, donc, il fonctionne sous assurance qualité. Il a été certifié ISO 9001 et donc avec une revue annuelle. Il a été aussi certifié ISO 17020 en 2016 pour tout ce qui est laboratoire. Et il est en cours de certification pour les organismes d'inspection, la certification ISO 17025. L'ONSA est aussi, je dirais, un organisme intégré. Pourquoi? Parce que tout simplement, c'est un organisme qui touche un peu à toutes les questions SPS et OTC. C'est un organisme qui gère la santé végétale. C'est un organisme aussi qui gère la santé animale. Il gère toutes les questions qui sont en relation avec la sécurité sanitaire des produits alimentaires, à savoir la protection de la santé publique, la protection de la santé vétérinaire publique, tout ce qui est en relation avec le commerce équitable, et il touche même en quelque partie les questions environnementales. Donc, c'est un établissement intégré aussi parce qu'il regroupe tous les points focaux auprès des grandes organisations de normalisation et de standardisation, à savoir la CIPV, à savoir l'OIE, l'accord SPS de l'OMC, le Codex Alimentarius. Donc, c'est cette intégration qui facilite un peu une certaine efficacité en matière de travail. Pour les niveaux d'action de l'ONSA, c'est un organisme qui agit au niveau de toute la chaîne alimentaire selon le risque. Il intervient dans la partie pré-commercialisation, le pré-market, par tout ce qui est contrôle SPS, conformité, aussi bien des produits alimentaires, des produits primaires, des conditions de production. Il procède à l'enregistrement des élevages, à l'enregistrement on va dire des parcelles de production agricole. Il intervient au marché aussi par tout ce qui est contrôle espèces et de conformité des produits, tout ce qui est agrément, autorisation des établissements du secteur alimentaire, leur suivi et aussi le contrôle des secteurs de production. Et il intervient aussi au final au niveau des frontières, donc avec un contrôle de conformité et SPS à l'import, à l'export. Il délivre tout ce qui est des autorisations préalables à l'import et aussi tout ce qui est certification à l'import. Il est organisé sur tous les territoires nationaux, donc avec une administration centrale au niveau de Rabat et 10 directions régionales réparties au niveau de tout le territoire, pratiquement 112 services provinciaux. Dispose de laboratoires publics, mais aussi des labos privés autorisés ou agréés pour aider le travail de l'ONSA, le travail de contrôle officiel. Il dispose d'environ 2117 personnels répartis en vétérinaires, ingénieurs physiatres, ingénieurs agronomes, ingénieurs de l'industrie agroalimentaire, etc. Donc, pourquoi le Maroc a mis en place le e-phyto? Tout simplement pour arriver à des objectifs de dématérialisation. C'est pour optimiser le management et la gestion du certificat phytosanitaire en simplifiant les procédures, sachant bien que le Maroc dispose de plusieurs plans nationaux tels que le Moroccan eGov, le Moroccan Numeric Plan. Tous ces programmes donc, exigent de simplifier les procédures et d'aider ou de augmenter la compétitivité nationale donc au niveau international. Mais aussi, c'est pour garantir la fiabilité de l'information donc échangée entre les différents acteurs. Et bien entendu, nous disposons d'un plan zéro papier, donc nous estimons y arriver en 2030. Et par conséquent, c'est un bon moyen pour concrétiser cet objectif. Nous comptons aussi réduire le process time du contrôle et de la certification aux frontières, simplifier aussi et moderniser donc les relations entre le Maroc et les différents pays partenaires, garantir la sécurité et la traçabilité et bien sûr la valeur juridique des documents échangés, les documents électroniques, et bien entendu participer à la lutte contre la fraude qui touche un peu les certificats échangés avec beaucoup d'autres pays, beaucoup de pays. Les étapes donc suivies pour mettre en place ce projet donc sont en fait on a travaillé par objectif projet. Donc nous avons mis en place dès le départ donc la méthode de travail, les objectifs à atteindre et la durée du projet. Mais il faut souligner un point très important, c'est qu'on ne peut pas se lancer dans la certification électronique, surtout le FETO, si on n'a pas quelques prérequis qui sont essentiels. Je pense les deux prérequis essentiels sont que les services de protection des végétaux nationaux disposent de procédures et de manuels de travail clairs, aussi bien du contrôle, du suivi et de la certification. La deuxième condition, c'est d'avoir un système d'information national. C'est important. Quand je dis un système d'information, soit national, soit un système générique, mais il faut avoir un système d'information. Lors de la mise en place du projet, c'est un projet qui a été monté avec Global Alliance sur une durée de 2 ans, de 2018 à 2020. Et donc, il a été prolongé avec la COVID d'une année. Et nous avons, dès le départ, donc, mis en place des études. La première, c'était l'étude, on va dire, commerciale, qui devrait statuer sur la pertinence du choix de l'EFITO comme début de dématérialisation des certificats, parce qu'il y avait la possibilité de commencer avec les certificats sanitaires des produits animaux d'origine animale ou d'autres, produits de la pêche par exemple. Mais aussi, on a fait une étude, tout ce qui est EDI, interfaçage avec les différents systèmes par rapport aux pays choisis. Le volet réglementaire est très important, comme déjà l'a souligné mon collègue Mathieu. Il faut avoir les bases légales, juridiques, et en conséquence, heureusement pour nous, c'est au Maroc, on avait déjà une loi qui statue sur les certificats électroniques depuis 2007. Et nous avons réussi à publier une loi de la protection des végétaux en 2021 qui parle de ce sujet. La composante formation était importante aussi bien pour les inspecteurs que pour les établissements du secteur alimentaire, parce que c'est le point de départ de leur compréhension et de la gestion du changement, du passage du papier vers le certificat électronique. Par la suite, en 2020, fin 2020-2021, donc nous avons mis en place un projet pilote qui commençait à échanger et à rectifier un peu les problématiques et donc trouver des solutions à toutes les difficultés. Et enfin, donc, en mars 2020, nous avons commencé à échanger avec les États-Unis, mais aussi à partir de septembre 2021 avec l'Union européenne d'une façon complète, signature électronique. Donc, notre projection à venir, c'est de pouvoir généraliser le IFETO entre la période 2022-2025. Revenons un peu à notre étude de départ qui a été pour statuer sur quel type de certificat nous allons dématérialiser. Donc, nous avons fait une étude sur le nombre d'échanges de certificats par le Maroc, aussi bien les certificats reçus que les certificats émis. Donc, il ressort que finalement, le choix de l'IFITO est vraiment pertinent dans la mesure où nous faisons un échange pratiquement très important. Donc, on est à 150 000 certificats émis pendant les 3 dernières années, sachant bien qu'avec la COVID, donc le chiffre est un peu sous-estimé. Et aussi 30 000 certificats EFITO, certificats phytosanitaires plutôt, reçus des autres pays du monde. Pour l'étude du choix des pays, donc je vous montre ici juste la slide par rapport à l'utilisation du Maroc du système Trace-NT, qui est un système de l'Union européenne qui est utilisé au niveau national marocain. Et donc, nous sommes le premier pays africain qui utilise cette plateforme, aussi bien par les inspecteurs que les établissements du secteur alimentaire. Donc, nous émettons aux environs de 16 500 certificats annuellement. Pour le choix des pays, bien sûr, donc en faisant un peu un benchmark ou plutôt une étude des statistiques, nous retrouvons par exemple, entre l'année 2017 à 2019, que les produits alimentaires, l'agroalimentaire et les produits agricoles sont les deuxièmes produits secteurs échangés, on va dire exportés par le Maroc après l'automobile en milliards de dirhams. Donc, c'est un secteur très important, donc ce qui explique un peu cette dématérialisation. Pour les pays, donc géographiquement, nous avons trouvé en matière d'échange que donc nous échangeons le maximum de produits, on va dire, avec l'Union européenne et l'Asie, les États-Unis. Donc, déjà, on a trié, donc on fait ressortir que l'Europe, l'Asie et l'Amérique sont les principaux pays par lesquels il fallait commencer. Sur la base de nos accords de libre-échange mis en place par le Maroc, nous retrouvons pour nous les plus importants, c'est celui de l'Union européenne et celui des États-Unis. Donc, ce qui a finalement arrêté notre choix sur ces deux groupements, ces deux pays, ou plutôt l'Union européenne, un groupement de pays, des 27 pays et les États-Unis. Ici, je vous montre juste une slide au sujet de notre système d'information, SPS Sanitary System Information, qui s'appelle le SIPS. Donc, il dispose de 5 blocs importants chaque bloc fait ressortir des modules. C'est un système qui regroupe pratiquement 50 modules avec plus de 1000 utilisateurs institutionnels. Et actuellement, on est à presque plus de 2000 établissements du secteur alimentaire. Ce chiffre va certainement augmenter. Il va arriver jusqu'à les 10 000 dans les prochaines semaines. Le volet réglementaire, donc, nous avons, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, donc une loi qui est la loi 5305, très importante comme loi de base essentielle pour l'échange électronique de l'information. Et donc, c'est la base, on va dire, du droit commun. Il a été décrété en 2007, modifié en 2009 pour s'adapter à quelques difficultés. Et nous avons travaillé pendant pratiquement 4 ans pour sortir une loi qui est la loi 76-17 concernant la protection des plantes. C'est en 2021. Cette loi donc décrète dans son article 41, je pense son article 41 et 45, la possibilité, comme vous le voyez, c'est écrit en arabe, mais globalement, c'est la possibilité d'avoir des certificats électroniques à l'import ou à l'export. Ici, on voit dans l'image les tokens dont disposent les certificateurs de certification électronique édités par Barid SAI. Donc, notre système est conceptualisé de cette manière-là. Donc, on a les établissements du secteur alimentaire et les inspecteurs des services nationaux de protection des végétaux qui donc, remplissent toutes les données, donc échangent avec le système d'information SIPS qui désormais devient le système, donc le guichet unique sanitaire et phytosanitaire du Maroc. Et par la suite, donc, on peut échanger selon différentes configurations, soit avec le IFITO. Actuellement, donc, on passe par l'IFITO pour échanger avec l'Union européenne à travers le système TRACE. On échange avec les États-Unis à travers leur système national via le IFITO. On échange aussi avec quelques pays avec leurs systèmes nationaux ou des systèmes génériques via le IFITO. Mais le système SIPS a la possibilité d'échanger directement avec les systèmes nationaux des pays. Le statut actuel d'échange du IFITO donc depuis son lancement, je dirais globalement, la situation globale, donc le IFITO est pratiquement opérationnel à 100% à partir de mai 2020. Il englobe actuellement 91 pays enregistrés avec 53 pays en production. On retrouve en Afrique pratiquement 5 pays. Donc le Maroc est parmi les premiers de ces pays qui a démarré cet échange avec son système national. C'est le premier pays arabe qui commence cette aventure. Donc, l'état des changements actuels, donc on peut comptabiliser pratiquement, ici vous voyez le détail, mais on a échangé depuis mars 2020 un total de 144 400 certificats électroniques phytosanitaires. Donc, les bénéfices réalisés à travers cette expérience sont multiples. Déjà, on a perçu des effets, à savoir donc, une certaine consolidation de la notoriété de l'ONSA au niveau international, une certaine fluidité de communication et d'échange avec les pays tiers avec lesquels on échange. On a pratiquement évité des situations d'accords bilatéraux à chaque fois avec des pays. Donc, on perçoit cette facilité d'échange avec les pays. On a augmenté l'efficacité du service de certification au niveau de l'ONSA. On a minimisé énormément l'utilisation du papier. On a aussi renforcé la communication avec les établissements du secteur alimentaire. On a vraiment perçu donc un arrêt avéré de l'usurpation des certificats phytosanitaires marocains. On a ressenti aussi une accélération du transit time au niveau de l'import et de l'export. À titre d'exemple, par rapport au passage, on va dire, le temps d'attente des porte-conteneurs au niveau des ports, on a perçu, en faisant une comparaison entre 2018 et 2020 en matière de temps d'attente, c'est un rapport Marine Traffics de l'UNCTAD, le rapport transport maritime 2018-2021. Donc, le Maroc déjà avait un classement assez intéressant, donc on est inférieur à un jour, mais avec le travail, pas uniquement de l'IFITO, parce que là, on perçoit que l'IFITO a renforcé cette performance de passage au port. Certainement, il y a beaucoup de facteurs qui agissent dans ce délai, mais on a perçu quand même qu'on est arrivé à 0,64 74 jours de passage de temps au niveau du port, ce qui est une performance et c'est parmi les temps les moins courts au niveau mondial, donc pratiquement dans les 15 pays du monde, ce qui est certainement intéressant à toucher. Nous avons une étude actuellement en cours qui va utiliser une méthode scientifique avec la comparaison avant-après et qui va un peu quantifier les gains en matière de coûts et en matière de temps. Donc, la méthodologie est prête. Donc, nous avons la lancée et nous espérons y ressortir un peu des indicateurs chiffrés et palpables. Donc, les difficultés qu'on a rencontrées sont d'usage en général. C'est les difficultés IT, surtout le challenge de l'interfacing avec le hub IFITO et le système Trace, etc. Donc, c'est un travail quand même qui prend du temps, voilà, qui prend beaucoup de discussions, etc., informatiques entre les spécialistes. Il y a aussi le coût qui est malheureusement un élément primordial qui freine un peu la volonté d'aller de l'avant. Il y a aussi le coût du financement continu pour supporter l'infrastructure et la maintenance de cet échange électronique. Il y a aussi la continuité du système. C'est important. Le système doit être performant et doit être valable et fonctionnel 100%, tout le temps, 24 sur 24, 7 sur 7. Il y a les difficultés d'Internet, bien sûr, quelques zones qui n'en disposent pas, donc ça pose des problématiques. Il y a les problèmes de la software, donc tout ce qui est mise à jour des logiciels, etc. Il y a les difficultés qu'on a rencontrées qui sont quand même assez parlantes, c'est la réticence des utilisateurs. Donc, on retrouve que quelques inspecteurs, quelques établissements, voilà, ne sont pas très chauds pour aller sur la dématérialisation. Donc, c'est là le rôle de la formation, le rôle de l'explication, et finalement, ils ont été contents. Et il y a le challenge, on en a parlé, le challenge réglementaire. Donc, ça prend malheureusement du temps pour faire passer une loi, mais il faut y travailler et il faut que le politique suive aussi et le top management. Les leçons reçues par rapport à notre expérience, donc c'est un peu le résumé de ma présentation, c'est la question comme j'ai dit, de la volonté politique, de l'appui du top management, c'est par le budget, par des plans clairs pour aboutir à cette performance. Il y a aussi, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, l'organisation claire du service de protection des végétaux national. Il y a donc l'obligation d'une certaine complémentarité entre la loi nationale, les régulations et tout ce qui est traités internationaux pour ne pas tomber dans des contradictions. Il y a la compétence et du personnel, la présence d'infrastructures nécessaires pour aboutir ce projet. Il y a quelques difficultés aussi qu'on a rencontrées entre agences. Dès qu'on monte au Maroc, on a on va dire, un guichet unique de l'import-export, des échanges extérieurs. Donc, c'est un guichet unique qui dématérialise en fait les échanges entre les agences au niveau national. Donc, quand on a donc voulu passer sur sur les échanges internationaux, donc il fallait expliquer, trouver des compromis, etc. Les partenaires, les professionnels, on doit leur expliquer aussi la situation, on doit leur expliquer les bénéfices de cette e-certification. On a par la suite, donc, il faut avoir un système performant national, système d'information national qui est performant, ou plutôt ou un système générique aussi qui fera l'affaire. Il faut faire des études pour faire un bon choix des pays avec lesquels on va commencer les échanges. Il faut avoir une technologie opérationnelle qui va assurer l'interopérabilité nationale et l'interfaçage international. Il faut avoir des investissements aussi bien d'argent que de temps pour gérer les informations et les exigences non standards pour pouvoir trouver des solutions d'interfaçage. La question de la sécurité des données est importante aussi parce que c'est une exigence des industriels, mais aussi des pays avec lesquels on va échanger. La gestion des urgences, il faut prévoir toutes les possibilités de panne du système pour trouver et pour mettre en place un plan de continuité, ou plutôt, mais aussi un plan de retour. Il faut bien gérer la période de transition pour réussir le challenge. La formation, j'en ai parlé, il faut l'accompagner le long du processus. Au Maroc, nous avons été aidés par l'utilisation de traces parce que nos inspecteurs sont déjà familiarisés avec l'utilisation des systèmes de certification. Donc finalement, comme conclusion, donc je dirais que le projet ne pourra réussir que par la volonté globale et la coopération des trois composantes de ce type de projet, qui est le secteur informatique, le secteur technique et la partie législative. Ça veut dire on va dire les services qui s'occupent de la réglementation. C'est un travail de fourmi pendant pratiquement des années, 4 à 5 années, pour pouvoir réussir ce projet, et sans oublier l'apport et l'apport politique, on va dire, et l'apport de top management pour réussir ce projet. Donc, nous projetons dans l'avenir de pouvoir généraliser le IFITO pour les pays d'Afrique, pour le Royaume-Uni, pour d'autres pays. Donc, nous espérons lancer un autre projet pour la e-certification des produits alimentaires, donc en appliquant un peu notre projet, on va dire, de normes du Codex. J'espère qu'il va aboutir. Et donc, nous espérons, à travers ce pas, concrétiser le CIPS comme réseau, on va dire comme single window du Maroc en matière SPS. Donc ici, ce slide retranscrit un peu si vous voulez donc suivre l'ONSA. Il y a d'intéressantes choses qu'on diffuse donc sur les réseaux sociaux. Et je finirai ma présentation par la fameuse slogan de la Dubai International Airport: Tomorrow's export shall be transmitted and not transported. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdelkarim. I think it's extremely important to see about the interoperability and also how different agencies within the country are able to interact with each other. And for this reason, I would like to invite the World Customs Organization to share their opinion, their points concerning the new Codex guideline. And I can see already King Shan and Tejo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can hear you. The floor is yours, Casey. Tejo, I know you are ready with an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'll share my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
Not yet. It's saying that it started screen sharing, sorry, but we cannot see your slides yet. Now it's coming. Yes.
Yes,
If
it's
you
okay.
could, it's perfect.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
You very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kyung Chan from WCO. We'll introduce briefly the WCO data model and the Codex derived information package regarding 25th session of CCPIX and the paperless exchange of official certificates. WCO initiates on paperless processes, interoperability, and the facilitation of safe and legitimate trade. Paperless processing, dematerialization of documents, and risk-based non-intrusive inspection are examples of WCO initiatives in the context of digitalization. The WCO applies a digital customs concept to support members in understanding and implementing the ICT-related tools, instruments, and guidelines already developed by the WCO, including the WCO data model and the single window compendium to support members in implementing digitalization and paperless processing, digital collaboration, interconnectivity, and seamless data exchange. Last year, the WCO and the customs community dedicated themselves to taking forward a particular theme under the slogan, Customs Fostering Sustainability for People, Prosperity, and the Planet. Under this theme, the customs community pursued various activities, including digital customs and the cooperation with the relevant international organizations. On continuing these activities, the WCO announced the slogan for this year, Customs Bolstering Recovery, Renewal, and Resilience for a Sustainable Supply Chain. The customs community will be focusing on recovering from the pandemic and providing support to people and businesses by promoting renewal efforts along the global supply chain. The WCO data model is a compilation of clearly structured, harmonized, standardized, and reusable sets of data definitions and electronic messages. It promotes collaboration between customs administrations, government regulators, and the business community, supporting implementation of a single window. The WCO data model includes the derived information package on the Codex, General Model Official Certificates, which is the subset of the WCO data model, containing essential information relating to food safety. The use of WCO data model, derived information package, can enhance cooperation between customs and the competent authority to augment efficient trade facilitation and effective control in the area of biosecurity. The WCO has developed a compendium on building a single window environment, which contains guidelines on data harmonization, and it suggests using the WCO data model as the foundation for undertaking data harmonization work. Considering that Codex is an important strategic partner of the WCO is interested in aligning its tools on paperless processing with the Codex initiatives to facilitate collaboration, coordination, and seamless interoperability between the WCO and the Codex members, and to achieve more efficient border management. The draft guidance on paperless use of electronic certificates will certainly play a key role in supporting the implementation of the initiative by Codex members. Okay, from now on, my colleague Tejo will introduce the WCO data model in detail.
Thank you, Kyung Chan. But first, of course, I would like to respond to the question asked to us, what are the response to the WCO on the endorsement of the guidelines? WCO certainly appreciate and congratulate the Codex and its member for the endorsement of the guidelines, because it is really an important milestone in a long digitalization journey in the area of food safety, the digitalization in particular. So, but before I would like to introduce my name and myself, my name is Tejo Kusuma. I'm a technical officer of the World Customs Organization. My core portfolio in the organization is on the trade facilitation, digitalization, and data standardization. So as I mentioned, I believe that this guideline is really important milestone for Codex and its member in the digitalization journey, because it's really enable the Codex and its member to move forward in the digitalization initiative. And digitalization is really important as the basis for a modernization effort for cross-border movement of good, particularly, of course, related to the food. So when we talk about modernization of border, so one of the very basic principles is, and the $1 million question is how to make the clearance time efficient. So the basic principles that applied in many countries is to make the time of clearance efficient by moving some of the process pre-arrival, before the arrival, or before the clearance, so that at the point of the clearance can be done efficiently. And it has been mentioned by several previous speakers that digitalization really contribute a lot in facilitating trade. So yeah, so the electronic information, including electronic certification, really help in this journey, because it helped to make available information in electronic even prior to the to the arrival of the good at the in the importing country, so that when the goods arrive, it can be cleared more efficiently. And by efficient, it means that the clearance time can be reduced, but it will not sacrifice the quality of control and compliance that meant to be done by the government agency like the custom and also competent authority for food safety, by enabling sufficient and even advanced risk management like profiling, selectivity, what's listing, targeting, whitelisting, and so on and so, etc. Next, Kim Chan. Yeah, next. Can you move next, Kim Chan? Yeah, so so the overall process of this advanced electronic information, including the certificate for safety, is that we separate between the making availability of this information can be made far in advance, so that the government agency, custom, and even competent authority can already have access to that information to a specific consignment even prior to the goods being transported to the importing country. So when the time the good is transported in consignment, and then custom declaration is submitted, and then some necessary supporting document, including electronic certification, is also submitted to clear the good, all of necessary processes, risk management, decision making ready to be made. So it's really significantly help in making the clearance process become more efficient. Next, Chin. So that digitalization process, the use of electronic data, be it for the electronic certification or even electronic custom declarations, make it possible because of the technical specification that made available in standardized manner at the international level. So that is the whole purpose of the WCO data model that we introduced to the working group to support the digitalization effort, because data model is kind of a dictionary containing the standardized data element for that pertinent for international movement of the good. So it standardized some of the familiar information that's being used in the movement of the good that is pertinent for custom and also partner government agency in the context of the single window. Like it's identify or what are the commodity that being transported, being exported, but imported, what are the origin office, what are the destination office, what are the vessel transport equipment, and the value of the good, and so on and so forth. That is really helpful to be used by the government agency to process their function. So next, Casey. So as a data dictionary, it contained key important information that to ensure that everybody in the supply chains that is moving the good to understand all of the information in the same way, because that is really the key for digitalization and data exchange, that when information is shared, everybody understand it the same way so that they can use the information sufficiently. So it was also mentioned in the previous speaker that some of the challenges on the exchange of information in the eVital was the non-standard data requirement. So because it defeat the benefit of the efficient digitalization. That's why data standard is really important here. So some of the key information that help to that standardization process is this dictionary, which contain the name of the information that's being exchanged, the definition that help to make sure everybody understand what information it is. So there are some technical specification that outline what are the length of the information, the size of information, and so on and so forth. What are the suggested coding value that need to be used on that information, and all of those identified by specific ID, which is when we're talking about specific data element, like if you want to know who are the consignor, who are the consignee, what are the product description, it can be referred by certain IDs, identifications, numbers, so that everyone really understand what are the information that being exchanged and what are the purpose of that information. Next, Casey. Yeah. So despite that it is a WCO data model that's being developed by the WCO. So the data model is not only useful for custom. The WCO developed this to also facilitate the process being undertaken by partner government agency, including competent authority for food safety process, as an example, because of the context of the single window, where this data collaboration can enable digital collaboration at the border, seamless collaboration, so that the process can be made efficient. So of course, the WCO contained data model. The WCO data model contained the element of electronic custom declaration for import, export, cargo reporting, as well as transit processes. But it also can be used to support several electronic certification process, and certainly for the safety, food safety purposes. Next, Katie. Yeah, so the part of the data model that is pertinent for the electronic certification, we call it as the LPCO, which stand for license, permit, certification, and other kind of that kind of document that enable digital collaboration between customs competent authority by integrating electronic certification process in a single window environment, so that both competent authority can make more integrated or coordinated processes, decision making, and so on and so forth. And then so we have worked with the chair of the working group of the Codex to find out how we can cooperate in to support the digitalization initiative, and that's why we do really happy because the guideline has been endorsed, and I think that we will be able to move forward in supporting the further process of this digitalization initiative. So from this, Casey, I would like to hand over the floor to you to continue.
Thank you, Tejo. Okay, from now on, I will introduce the digitalization of food-related certification from WSO side. At 56th TMPT meeting, the chair of CISPIC's election working group presented the initiative of Codex Alimentarius Commission for electronic certification to develop principles and guidelines for food import and export inspection and the certification system. In 2017, CISPIC started to revise the guidelines with the approval from the CAC. The use of the WSO data model in electronic certification was included in the draft revision of the guidelines. For that reason, the chair of the electronic working group asked the TMPT's support to develop a Codex reference model and alignment with the WSO data model, Codex derived information packages. And at the 25th session of the CISPIC, the draft revision of the guidelines was discussed and updated. The main results are the provision of explanatory notes on the electronic version of the generic model official certificates at the Annex 1 of the guidelines, and a new addition of Annex 2 to the guidelines, which is a paperless exchange of official certificates. In the Annex 2, the WSO data model Codex DIP is cited as an example of data modeling of generic model official certificates. The CAC at its 44th session in November 2021 adopted this update and will publish it in early 2022. The guidelines cite WSO data model, and for the better implementation of the guidelines, it needs to align the WSO data model Codex DIP. For that reason, there will be a webinar with CISPIC for the cooperation in international trade of certificates. This cooperation is crucial for the global adoption and the use of the WSO data model in relation to various international trade certificates. Okay, I think this opportunity to thank Codex for dedicated and continuing cooperation with the WCO, and I thank to this symposium. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions. I think it's very important in case of this session that it's a Q&A session, meaning we really would like to hear your voice, your questions concerning the presentations. This is an opportunity to learn about the different initiatives, experiences, which these regulators have to address through their own jurisdictions. Let me see if perhaps we have an old question. Any questions from the floor concerning the presentations?
There's a
perhaps
a hand raised.
Yes.
Lisha Subash.
Perhaps if you can give her the right.
We can.
Lisha, can you hear us? Hello, Lisha, can you hear us? Perhaps it was a previous hand.
Can I have
Yes, please.
a question for, like, there were 3 or 4 presentations in a row, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they were talking all about digitalization.
Yes.
Basically. Okay. I mean, in overall, what is their expectation of digitalization? What is happening in the world? What is the expected time frame for seeing tangible results happening all over the sectors they are involved, the keynote speakers here? It has been really, let's say, a large amount of information, data related to the subjects being already discussed. And from this large amount, what is the takeaway, if we may say, for the panel here? What is the takeaway for us to know and to learn from that?
Yes.
First of all, of course, I would thank them all. It was really such a, let's say, very much scientific, high-tech presentation from all the panel presenting their papers and their presentations. But what is the overall conclusive remark we can take all with us home, since this is the last session, I guess, for the day?
So what is your conclusion when it comes to digitalization and electronic certificate or paperless use of electronic certificate? Which trend are we taking, or what is the time frame we have to think about in order to have a global system? Anyone would like to address this question?
Shall I open the discussion for this?
Please.
Thank you very much for this interesting question, and I would like to thank all the other speakers for their excellent contributions, because it was really very, very informative. And well, you know, the perspective from all this is, the message I anticipated from this is that you should very carefully analyze at national level what you need to digitize your national processes. And I can, of course, only speak for the Netherlands, and this is what I tried to explain in my presentation on the national part, our Netherlands experiences, and what I also sense from Mr. Abdel Karim's presentation, that you should identify your national needs. And this Codex guidance, and this is also what WCO expressed, the Codex guidance is for the international exchange of the certificates in a paperless way. But before you are ready to do this, you need to develop at national level your digitization. And this is basically the message, I think, what you got. And for this, there is no general time frame, because it depends on your own situation, how far you are, and what do you need for your trade, to support your trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I have a question. When the shipment is moving, it is accompanying three types of document. Movement document, as you described, number 2, custom declaration, and number 3, sporting documents. My question is, when you are proposing an electronic system or electronic certification, it will be a one certificate which will replace all these 3 different types of documents, or all other documents will be accompanied with this electronic certificate? Thank you so much.
The Codex guidance is about the food certificates. This is not about custom documents or anything else. This is why we do this presentation together with customs. We do not interfere with customs business. Codex guidance is for food competent authorities. That's it. And for food certificates.
Yeah. So if
I will request the same question to the custom reviewers here, because they can answer better, because the purpose is to reduce the time and to facilitate the shipment movement from one country to another. And how it will achieve when the different types of documents will be combined with the shipment, which is really a concern at the border inspection. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tejo, or?
Yeah, sure.
Please,
Thank you so
yes.
much for the floor. So if I may, I would also like to respond to the previous questions on the time frame. I think that digitalization is not an overnight process, unfortunately. It's more like a journey, but you need to start the journey quite early. And of course, by taking a look the business need as already described by Eric, I think that is really what you need to do. So I would say to ask back a questions, what is the best time to plant a mango tree? So if you plant the mango tree today, you will yield the mango maybe next 5 years. So the best time is of course 5 years ago, because by now we can eat the mango, right? Yeah, so I think that it's quite important to try to start the initiative, and then of course following all of the steps by learning from others, lesson learned, and key success factor, understanding the challenge, and so on and so forth. So I think that the best way to move forward in with regard to time frame of digitalization. And for the second questions, yeah, so the electronic certificate is when it's made. So let's compare with a manual process. In the manual process, you need to have the certificate on paper, and the paper need to be attached during the clearance process in the export or in the import process. You need to have this certificate as a paper attached to the declaration, so that it can be used for the government agency, custom and competent authority during the import. So the idea of that can be made more efficient in the electronic process is that because the electronics, the certificate can be available quite in advance prior to the arrival of the good at the border in the importing time. So then the information is not to be doesn't need to be attached physically, but it more reference. So what we are talking here is like if you have reference number to that certificate, so then that information can be referred in the custom declaration. So it makes the process more streamlined and more efficient, because the information is already accessible technically in the single window context by the custom, also the competent authority, and they can maybe already be able to run that information in their risk management system. So that's how the efficiency is envisaged in this single window and digitalization environment. Hopefully that helped. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question from the chat from Melvin. The IPPC has established a mechanism/hub for the actual exchange of ePhyto certificates between countries hosted by the UN International Computing Center, or UNIC. This ePhyto hub is very successful. How could this hub be used for the exchange of electronic food safety and veterinary certificates, for instance, and transform into an SPS hub? So is there an opportunity to transform this system to a more comprehensive one? Who would like to address? Yes.
I'll attempt to address that one, Gabor. Look, from a technical point of view, from a data sharing point of view, there is no reason why it wouldn't work, why you couldn't expand the transmission mechanism that the ePhyto hub is using to include SPS certification, because that IPPC hub isn't validating the data that's coming through. It's essentially it's essentially a post office or a post box. So there is the technical availability to do that, and there are ongoing conversations within OIE and OECD about whether this is a viable solution or not. So it is a very good question. It is one that is technically possible, but it's probably more a question around the appetite in the food safety and animal world, and possibly individual country policies, and whether they would be willing to embrace that or not. And there's also the element of potential cost recovery around that as well. So does the eFIDO hub, will it end up charging transaction fees and things like that? That would need to be addressed, but it is absolutely feasible, and it would make the data sharing possibly quite simple. But there's still a little bit of conversation, I think, to be had in that space as to whether we will go down that path or not.
Thank you, Matthew. Eric, I can see you raise your hand.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I still now not anymore. Thank you, and I fully agree with Matt that it's not a technical. It's technically it's not a challenge to exchange these certificates through the hub. But the hub is managed by IPPC at the moment, and then IPPC is one of the 3 SPS sisters, and we are not representing, Matt and I are not representing Codex, so we cannot speak for Codex, and Matt and I can also not speak for OIE. So this is something that should be discussed with the Codex Secretariat and with the OIE itself. I think this is where the discussions should start and how it could move forward.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Karim. If you could address it in English, because Samuel is...
Yes, no problem, no problem. I can speak in English, no problem. I agree perfectly with the point of view of Matthew and Eric, and it is technically feasible, no problem. And it is very, very important that point will be discussed between the 3 sisters. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think that we will make a way to have a symposium of these 3 sisters to make one system for all countries. I think is the best way, and it will be discussed. It's urgent to discuss this point, to not have different ways for different countries in this matter. For IPPC, for IFITO, or for ICERTIF, it will be not a good concentration of effort of international organization and of countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor or in the chat? It seems for the last day our audience has got a bit fatigued in terms of questions. If there are no further questions, I think I would like to ask basically each speaker just to give a very short statement that what do they think? What is the most important aspect when we are talking about national capacities? Mr. Abdul Karim rightly pointed out information management systems, as well as basically having the right performance within NPPOs. Besides that, no particular order, just as I see on the screen, I see Eric first on the left. Eric, what do you think? What is the most important aspect what a national competent authority or competent authorities, because right now we started to discuss about food safety certification, so it might link different agencies together, should consider?
Thank you, Gabor. I think at national level, the most important issue is that competent authorities are learning from each other. So when, like in Morocco, NPPO has experience in e-certification, they should do capacity building, you can call it national capacity building at national level to the competent authorities in the veterinary field and in the food. And in this way, they can identify what's the best way for Morocco to exchange in an electronic way SPS certificates. So try to work together, competent authorities at national level, how to collect the information you need to issue your certificates, and then decide how to exchange these certificates internationally with your partners. And for this international exchange in food, you can use the Codex guidance.
Thank you very much, because it's a difficult question and it's not so easy to give a different perspective. I would give a twist to it to Matthew. How did you ensure the partnership among different agencies within your country? What was the mechanism you used?
Well, that's a tough question. I think the main mechanism that we used and the key to developing a paperless partnership is really identifying what the most important thing is to both sides. So, and that might be down to a commodity level or a product level, and then ensuring that whatever you do between yourself and your partner, that this is something that can be built off. Now, whether that's just your relationships or your workshops that you may host, or whether it's the capacity building within your own country, that the first one that you build gives you that basis, that platform, that foundation of the house to start building the levels and the layers up from there. And the value of a workshop, most of them virtual these days, but bilateral workshops and face-to-face meetings really can't be underestimated. What you can achieve sitting in a room together for 2 or 3 days can outweigh the time and effort that it takes via email, and ensuring that really at the end of the day that you don't get a little bit disheartened, because the first one is hard. If you haven't done this before, the first one's very challenging. But the advantage of the people coming into the paperless space now is all these international standards and guidance materials, such as the Codex one that we've spoken about today, that can really help you develop your own pathway and create your own journey into this space. But it really is about the time and effort that you can put into your workshops, identifying what is most important to you and your trading partner, and then creating something that you can build and grow from there. I think they're the keys.
Thank you, Matthew. Abdelkarim, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Gabor.
Anything
yes, I think I have one message for countries, for countries in this matter, in terms of digitization. Go ahead, it is interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's a great message, I think, of this session. And perhaps in this go ahead, a final question to WCO. How do you see the relationship between national custom organizations and national food safety competent authorities could be improved in this paperless use of electronic certificate? What are those messages which are important for customs organization in order to buy in and also be part of this movement?
So if I might start, I think that quite evident that a modern border processing for the movement of the good, including food, I think that cannot be handled in a silo way. One administration apart from other administration, and then coordination between government agency, cooperation between government agencies is really key. I think it's really the overarching principle for modernization. Yeah, so if you would like to increase your competitiveness advantage in your national trade and so forth, I think it's really required for a close cooperation, close collaboration, and also in the digital environment. It means digital collaboration in exchange of information under single window environment. So yeah, I think it's really quite important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tejo. Kim Shan, would you like to add something?
Thank you. As Tejo mentioned, the customs or WCO is the first gatekeeper for the cross-border international trade over something. So it is very important to be concentrated on some point. For example, customs under the single window concept to simplify or securitize the process of international trade. So that's why we are trying to work with competent government agencies or relevant international organizations to build the proper single window concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of the speakers who actually accepted and talked today. I think it was an excellent session with a lot of information and knowledge, which are the most important to have in order to really go ahead, as Mr. Abdul Karim mentioned. I think this knowledge sharing should continue, because this is what will allow countries to fine-tune their system, as well as at the same time encourage them to establish electronic, paperless use of electronic certificates. With this, I would like to thank for your participation as well as engagement. A special thanks to the organizers, the Dubai municipality, as well as GeForce. And I wish you a nice rest of the day, afternoon, and morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Gabor, and thank you all.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Gabor, and thank you to all contributors and presenters for the entire day, and definitely also for this last session. With this, in fact, we reach the end of the workshop dedicated to food safety in the digital age. And I would like to invite our participants to now link into the next workshop. The next workshop is actually the closing workshop, and it can be accessed via a separate link. The separate link, so you will have to go back and register. It's a separate event actually in and by itself, even though it's going to be short. It's starting at 3:30 p.m. Dubai time. And if you need to register, please go to gforce.org. That's GFORSS.org. Go to the events section and you will find the last session. This last session, during this last session, we will be speaking about the changing food regulatory landscapes, the imperatives of modernization, also of some opportunities of investment in this region, particularly using the One Health agenda. We have two presentations, one presentation from colleagues from the World Bank, and a presentation from Dr. Pam Byrne on the imperatives of resilience of food regulatory systems. So please join us back 3:30 p.m., a separate link. All the best, and we'll see you later.